Welcome, everyone. Our meeting will come to order. Madam Clerk, please read the adequate notice compliance statement.
Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the City Clerk's Office in preparation of the Council Annual Meeting Notice dated December 18, 2023, which was properly distributed and posted per statutory requirements. Please be advised that fire exits are to my right, your left, and at the back of the room. The city has a listening system to assist the hearing impaired. If anyone needs hearing assistance, please obtain the system at the dais and return it thereafter.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Boyer?
Here.
Ms. Hamlet?
Here.
Mr. Miniger?
Here.
Mr. Pulaski?
Here.
Mr. Smallwood?
Here.
Mr. Vartan?
Present.
President Allen.
Here. Okay, let's do our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Madam Clerk, please read the explanatory notices regarding hearings, comments, and closed session.
A closed session meeting is authorized by state statute, was announced and held prior to the start of this meeting, and the known items for discussion were listed on the published closed session agenda. Please be advised that council meetings are broadcast live on Comcast Channel 36 and Verizon Channel 30, and rebroadcast on Thursdays and Saturdays on HGTV, on Comcast 36 and Verizon 33. When invited to speak, please come to the lectern, clearly state your name and address, spell your last name, and speak into the podium microphone so that your comments can be understood by all and properly recorded. Whenever an audience or council member reads from a prepared statement, please give or email a copy to the city clerk at cityclerk@cityofsummit.org. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and permit all to be heard, speakers shall limit their comments to 3 minutes in length. Unless you are using an electronic device to follow the meeting agenda or need it for professional emergency contact purposes, please turn it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of, it jumped, a regular and closed session meeting of April 24th, 2024?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. On to reports. Administrator Rogers.
That's right. Thank you, Council President. Good evening, everyone. So regarding the Oxbow Lane construction project, the contractor for this project is currently completing general cleanup, repairs, and preparations for paving through Friday, May 10th. Paving operations will begin on Monday, May 13th, weather permitting. They expect to be finish the project by the end of the day on Tuesday, May 14th. Again, the schedule is weather dependent. PSE&G is continuing work on its gas main replacement project that began last year on Morris Avenue between Ashwood Avenue and Bryant Parkway. Work is expected to continue for an additional 2 to 3 weeks during the day. Night work will be required for the intersection of Ashwood Avenue and Morris Avenue. Road closures and detours will be in effect during project work, and police will be on site to direct traffic. After the work is complete, Union County will be paving this section of Morris Avenue as part of their 2024 paving program. Project dates will be shared on the city website and social media channels once finalized by the county. The deadline to register to vote in the June 4th primary election is Tuesday, May 14th. On May 14th, the city clerk's office will remain open until 9 p.m. for voter registration. More information on voter registration, voting by mail ballots, early and in-person voting is available at cityofsummit.org. The annual Summit PAL Pet Show will be held on Saturday, May 11th on the Village Green.
Yeah.
Registration for the free event begins at 1 p.m. and judging begins at 1:30 p.m. More details about the pet show, including an online competition, are available at summitcommunityprograms.com. And finally, the next Summit Free Market event is this Saturday, May 11th from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Municipal Transfer Station. More information is available at summitfreemarket.org. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Administrator Rogers. Okay, I would like to give an update. I don't know, can everybody hear me okay? It feels like it's a little quiet. Jay in the back, oh, there we go. Maybe, Jay, can you turn my microphone up a little bit? Okay, is that better? Good? Okay, perfect. Okay. Over the last couple months, a number of engaged citizens have come to council advocating for a proposal to build a 100% affordable housing project on the current firehouse site. I understand the desire for the building and appreciate the plan presented, which was given great thought and care for what might be a good fit for that site. Our Mount Laurel Subcommittee, which includes our affordable housing attorney and city planner, have met several times to discuss and consider all of the aspects of this detailed proposal. After careful consideration, and for several reasons, the subcommittee cannot recommend that the city move forward with this proposal. We appreciate that this will be, I appreciate this is going to be a disappointment to many who worked very hard and supported this proposal. So we want to reiterate Summit's commitment to fostering an inclusive community with a focus on affordable housing that is embedded in both our zoning master plan and our court-approved affordable housing plan. That said, we would still like to benefit from the ideas presented, and to that end, Mayor Fagan, council members, and myself plan to engage the Summit Affordable Housing Corporation and local advocates with a working committee to discuss affordable housing strategies and priorities in other locations in town. Meanwhile, the city has been actively studying its options for a traditional approach of blending affordable housing units with the market rate units in commercial space. This remains the city's approach to working towards our affordable housing obligations while also achieving other community benefits, including fiscal benefits that support all residents. The city's going to put out more information, but just on a personal note, you know, I appreciate everybody coming to the meeting and talking about the plan and that they care about affordable housing and that this firehouse site would have felt like the right place. And the meeting that we had went very well. And I know that it's not always what we want to hear, but I'm looking forward to working with the Summit Affordable Housing Corp. We're going to put together a working group. We're going to, Mark said that he would take us around Madison and take a look at various sites to see what kind of affordable housing that Madison has rolled out. They do it in smaller sites. It's inclusive. So I'm looking forward to, you know, working with you with the Summit Affordable Housing Corp. And seeing what we can do for the next 10 years. So there'll be more information put out, but I just wanted to let everybody know that. Okay, next. All right, we canceled our historical minute, right?
Yes, we did. It's postponed until May 21st.
Okay, then we were gonna move on to ceremonial awards. Councilman Smallwood.
Thank you, Council President.
Sure.
I am very excited to introduce the winners of the 7th grade What is the Future of Global Energy? Debate teams from Lawton C. Johnson Middle School. This debate was a culmination of hard work, dedication, and critical thinking from both Mrs. Rommel's science class and Mr. Welsh's social studies class. In February, these students engaged in rigorous preparation process that involved content area study, independent research, and collaborative efforts to explore the future of global energy. With enthusiasm and determination, they delved into the complexities of various energy sources, including nuclear, wind, solar, and hydro. Over the course of 2 days, parent volunteers had the challenging task of judging the debates, assessing the quality of presentations, depth of content, and the persuasiveness of arguments. Each team brought forth compelling narratives and well-researched information, making the decision-making process incredibly difficult. Despite the outstanding performance of all the teams, there could only be one winner, and in both classes, solar emerged as victorious. However, it's worth noting that each team's presentation was commendable, showcasing their passion for the topic and their dedication to excellence. I extend my congratulations to all the students who participated in the enriching experience. With that, Mr. Welsh, would you like to introduce the 7th grade winners of the energy debate team?
Did you guys get a picture?
We have not gotten a picture yet tonight, but we'll
Oh.
make sure we get one before.
Maybe we can get one when we hand out the
Okay,
certificates.
Yeah, sure, thank
Great.
you. So On behalf of myself and Mrs. Rommel, who couldn't be here this evening, we just continue to be honored to serve in this community. We're excited about the chance to appear in front of the council tonight and to kind of recognize the efforts of our young scholars here. So thanks for the time. And it is an honor to be able to look at real-world problems with those who are going to be addressing those in the years ahead.
You can hold it if it, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. So, in Mr. Welsh's social studies class, we learned about the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution, which took place between the 1750s and the 1850s, marked a turning point in manufacturing as the making of goods evolved from hand production. Everyday life was transformed by exciting technologies and new advancements in transportation. Urbanization followed industrialization, and the steam engine revolutionized transportation. Much of this industrialization, however, was made possible by fossil fuels, mainly coal.
That's a great point, Adam. In addition, in science class with Mrs. Rommel, we learned about how the dependence on fossil fuels as sources for generating energy has ecological consequences which must be considered. Measurements collected by NASA satellites show that the current CO2 levels are 422 parts per million, which is an increase by 50% in less than 200 years since the Industrial Revolution. Greenhouse gases such as CO2 and methane trap heat on Earth's surface, resulting in warmer global temperatures leading to climate change. Furthermore, the supply of these fossil fuels is finite, making these sources non-renewable.
Thank you, Morgan. On Team 7C, we debate in social studies as an addition to Harkness Conversations, which is a class-wide conversation. Some topics are on presidents, such as Thomas Jefferson versus Alexander Hamilton, or John Quincy Adams versus Andrew Jackson. We discuss topics in a meaningful way that allows us to form opinions and also learn from each other. And this year, for the fourth time, we have decided to pivot from presidential debates to the debate on our growing crisis on global warming.
Thank you, Timmy. For this debate, we debated in front of volunteers who posed as investors. Although solar has never won before and almost got removed, we ended up winning our 5th and 6th period, which are also our 2 afternoon classes. Here today, we talk about our debate and how we beat wind, hydro, and nuclear power. Thank you.
Great point, Katie. Now to talk about the debate. The debate lasted 2 days, but took weeks in preparation in both our social studies and science classes. We started by doing extensive research with the guidance of our teachers and librarians. Next, we prepared our arguments with our assigned teams. Each team consisted of 4 to 5 students.
Good point, Morgan. For this debate, we had parent volunteers as investors who came in. Each one of these parents listened to us present our ideas that answered questions such as, how much energy can this source generate, and what is the potential of this source? After both days, the investors would leave to discuss and decide a winner. Some basic tips for debating are eye contact, project your voice, and standing up to show that you really believe in your topic.
Thank you, Jason. Solar power is shown to be one of the best energy sources for Summit and even for our Earth. We have shown this because it is very easy to use and it doesn't hurt our environment at all. It's very portable and it can even be at your house and many other places. These places can include phone chargers, electric devices, and even some security cameras. Another thing about solar is that it's very affordable, and it generates more energy than you need. You can even sell it to a power company. Most solar panels generate enough energy to store up for rainy and cloudy days that you still have electricity, and it won't cost anything.
Thanks, Rachel. This is how solar power can be used in Summit. Solar power is an effective way to produce electricity and should be used in Summit. Summit has a lot of open parking lots like the ones at the middle school, high school, and the lots in downtown. If we build a contraption such as a solar canopy, we can generate a lot of electricity and also provide shade and protect cars from weather such as rain, snow, and ice. Another way to power Summit with solar power is to put solar panels on the roofs of downtown shops. These shops are in direct sunlight, so they can absorb a lot of energy. One last idea is powering traffic lights with solar panels. Already constructed traffic lights can be modified to use solar power by attaching a panel to the light or pole and hooking it up to the light.
Thank you very much. I believe our council president has something she'd like to present to all of you.
Yes. Okay, and I just want to say two things that stood out was the solar energy. I know that you are big on that, so hopefully that's something that we can really look to do at the city. And the second idea was, one of the things that stood out to me is when you said working together to form opinions in a meaningful way. I think that is a good theme. So thank you so much for coming tonight. I'm going to give you these certifications. Watch your step.
Nick's got it.
So, Matthew Ellsman. You have to help me. Jason. There you go. Rachel. Timmy. Matthew. Katie. Morgan. And Adam. And I love the eye contact. That was one of my favorites. So, can you take
No
a
worries.
photo with us?
You're going to get with them?
Yeah. Do you need 2 layers?
Okay, ready? Everybody, look here, 1, 2, 3, very nice. Good, nice.
Thank you. May I shake everybody's hand? It was so nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Excellent job. Excellent. Thank you. Wonderful job. All right. Thank you. You guys are hope for the future. Thanks. Bye.
I just wanted, I know that they're leaving, but I just wanted to say a quick word. So thank you very much. Your hard work and dedication have truly paid off, and your achievement serves as an inspiration to all of us. Transitioning to renewable energy sources like solar power can significantly reduce energy costs and carbon emissions while promoting sustainability. With that being said, this is my commitment to you. I will be submitting a DAR request to our Department of Community Services and CABS committee tomorrow to implement a pilot program at the Summit Free Market Building, which can serve as a valuable demonstration of the benefits of solar energy for our community. Leveraging a power purchasing agreement with a state-approved contractor would not cost the city anything for installation or maintenance for up to 15 years, while reducing carbon emissions and energy costs currently being powered by propane.
Okay. Thank you. All right. That's it, right? Okay, we're going to move to public comment. Tonight, we are going to have our budget hearing toward the end of our meeting. So for public comment period tonight, we're going to be limiting it initially up front to an hour. We want to make sure we get to our hearing in a timely fashion because it's going to get late. We may not need to go that long, of course, but in case, I just want to let you know, and if we do run over, if it's an hour and we need more public comment time, we'll put it at the end, so we'll get plenty of time in. We welcome comments from any member of the public about issues not on tonight's agenda, and whenever audience members read from a prepared statement, please provide a copy to the city clerk at cityclerk@cityofsummit.org. If you have any questions that do not get answered tonight, please email your questions to cityclerk@cityofsummit.org. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, please speak once and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Additionally, we need you to state your name and home address, and if you're speaking on behalf of a group, please just be sure to include the address of the group you're representing. Okay? So we begin.
Good evening. As a resident at 108 Beekman Road since 2006, and a parent of 2009 Summit High School graduate who received her law and business degrees before creating a national tech startup, I thank you for the opportunity to be a citizen among you. I'm Matthew Winkler, co-founder and editor-in-chief emeritus of Bloomberg News, where I've been employed the past 34 years. We, and I include my wife Lisa, of 42 years, a former public school teacher, author, mother of 3 children, grandmother of 13, can live anywhere. We choose to live in Summit because of its commitment to the future, which is another way of saying stellar schools, social and professional mobility, and the pursuit of excellence. All of this comes from Summit's fiscal responsibility, which is why the Summit City Council began 2024 in the most fortunate circumstances, inheriting from its immediate predecessors an exceptional report card from Moody's Investor Service, the closest thing to an objective assessment of where Summit stands. In its credit opinion of June 29, 2023, Moody's reaffirmed its highest AAA rating with a stable outlook, reflecting the company's expectations that the city's economy and finances will remain a strength and leverage will remain at manageable levels. Moody's nevertheless warned that a material increase in leverage, which currently is 388% of debt to revenue, could lead to a downgrade, which it didn't anticipate based on the record of frugality referenced last June. The Summit City Council now is poised to enact the largest tax increase in at least 10 years to support a capital budget that doubles this year and increases 250% next year. The same budget shows an 8.2% increase to appropriations and an almost 3% increase in pensionable positions, ultimately to be supported by new debt and likely additional taxes. These are the very risks underlining Moody's warning to Summit not to increase the city's debt ratios, which this budget ultimately does. The last time I came before you, the Summit Council president repeatedly said she was in favor of affordable housing after castigating such legislation before the New Jersey Senate. The surest way for Summit City Council to make Summit more affordable is to lower the tax burden or limit any increase to the barest minimum with the most transparent scrutiny, especially for least advantaged.
Sir, your time
among
is up.
us.
Please, if you submit your statement, it'll be in full in the minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What was the resident's name?
Matt Winkler. Mr. Winkler, do you want to give us your statement? Do you want to give us your statement? So we can have it for the record. It'll be in there. It'll be with the minutes. Oh, right here. Thanks.
I just had another sentence.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Hi. Please state your name and home address, please.
Gerard Farrell, I live at 14 Pearl Street. Farrell is Farrell. Actually, I've been in Summit just a few months, fewer than my new friend Matt, who we spoke before the meeting. So, in the words of the leadership guru and author Jim Collins, bad decisions made with good intentions are still bad decisions. I see 3 major reasons why this proposed budget, especially the 2% property tax increase it calls for, is a bad decision. First, there's the tax increase, which by the city's own admission does not appear necessary. I call attention to the revenue section on page 2 of the municipal budget snapshot recently mailed citywide, where it notes that valuation growth, quote, will generate new municipal tax revenue to offset levy increase by approximately $741,000. Now, my understanding of an offset is when an additional expense is countered by either additional revenue or reduced spending elsewhere in the budget. This spending plan does neither. Instead, it raises expenditures while simultaneously failing to capitalize on the organic revenue growth resulting from an increase in the tax base, which doesn't even include the potential impact, the future impact of J&J's proposed takeover, well, it's now happening, of the former Celgene site. My second concern is the timing. With both county and school district taxes also expected to increase, now is not the time to put an additional burden on the city's taxpayers, especially the homeowners who shoulder more than 80% of the municipal tax burden. And unlike commercial property owners, we're limited in how much of our local taxes can be deducted at the federal level. And we certainly can't pass those increases along to our customers or tenants. No amount of lip service towards the idea of affordable housing can paper over the reality that this ill-conceived and ill-timed tax increase will make Summit less affordable for everyone, especially our neighbors who are already struggling as a result of inflation, high interest rates, and the lingering economic effects of the pandemic. Third, and most troubling to me, is the question of intentions. Let's just say I'm not optimistic and leave it at that. With regard to the $5 million set aside for uncollected taxes, as I understand it, the city's tax collection rate falls just shy of 99.8%. This appears to be, to put it mildly, a solution desperately in search of a problem. Despite its designation as a reserve, we all know it would take only a simple vote of the council majority to amend the budget once adopted to redirect those funds, the moment that problem is identified by that majority, if it hasn't been already. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I will email it to Rosa.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that the public comment period is for anything not on the agenda, which the budget is on the agenda tonight. So, Andrew, you're not talking about the budget, okay. So the budget discussion will happen when we open the hearing, so, yeah, thanks. Sure. Here you go.
Hi, my name is Andrew Walker. I live at 242 Kent Place Boulevard. I've been a resident of Summit for over 25 years, and I'm also a part of the At Home in Summit community group. So Council President Allen, thank you for your comments earlier, council members. We are At Home in Summit in support of the Summit Affordable Housing Corporation's proposal. We are extremely disappointed and frankly surprised that the Common Council has turned down the Summit Affordable Housing Corporation's sound and doable proposal to create 42 units of much needed affordable housing in Summit. Our question to the Common Council: what is the plan to create an equal number, 42 units, of affordable housing over the next 2 to 3 years? Relying on inclusionary zoning, so that's the 15% set aside in market rate housing, and the overlay zones, they have not worked. The overlay zones created as part of the 2016 settlement agreement with Fair Share Housing has not resulted in a single unit of affordable housing in Summit. And over the last 10 years, only 4 affordable rental units have been created through the 15% set aside. In fact, over the past 37 years, only 24 affordable rental units have been created through this mechanism. This is a dismal track record of affordable housing production when there is so much need. It is not reasonable to think that the city can meet its unmet housing need through overlay zones and set-asides. We need to be more proactive. So to put this into perspective, the city would need to build 280 units of market rate housing that require a 15% set-aside to equal the 42 units of affordable housing proposed for the firehouse site. By rejecting this proposal, the Common Council is saying, in effect, that it will prioritize market rate or luxury housing, and that the creation of affordable housing is a secondary concern. So we ask that the council keep the firehouse site under consideration for 100% affordable housing and prioritize affordable housing to give working families the opportunity to enjoy all that Summit has to offer. Thank you.
Any public comment not on the agenda? Non-budget, right?
No.
Okay.
Well, I have a question about that, but Paul Chinchulli, Orchard Street in Summit. I've been on Orchard Street 51 years, lifelong resident of Summit. And I have a, I'm listening to comments about taxes. In 51 years, I remember my taxes going down one time. Republican, Democrat, whoever was in charge, my taxes have been going up for as long as I can remember. So if somebody can make me understand why it's the Summit Council right now, the reason for taxes going up, I just don't have I don't see it. Can somebody explain that to me?
Not this moment. We will later in the budget hearing.
Okay. The other thing I want to talk about is Bryant Parkway. I'm right on the corner of Bryant Parkway, and that project was supposed to be a temporary setup, and all of a sudden one day it had become permanent. And I don't remember anybody ever taking any survey of the residents to see how it was working out. And the fact of the matter is, it's terrible. Okay, I'm on Orchard, and in the morning and the afternoon, sometimes it takes me 10 minutes to get out of my driveway. Okay, people are cutting the light up on Broad Street and coming down Princeton and Yale. And when I'm sitting in my driveway waiting to get out, the light up turns, and there's 4 or 5 cars shooting out of Princeton and Yale because they're cutting the light. And Bryant Parkway, it's a nightmare, because all the traffic comes to the light now because they can't go down Bryant Parkway. They come to the light, make a left, and come down Orchard. The traffic on Orchard is horrendous, and it's awful. And I think it needs to be looked at, because I don't know how that got to be made permanent. I don't ever remember any notification saying that this was going to be permanent. All of a sudden, one day, they were painting stripes on the street, and it was permanent. But I think it needs to be looked at again, because it's really bad.
Okay. Thank you.
The other thing I want to say is Bryant Pond. The project it's great. I've spoken to the guy who's in charge of the digging, and I'll tell you, it really looks good. That was a great thing.
Yeah, thank you. I know, we're excited about that. Okay. Your question about taxes will be handled during the hearing. Okay. And then Orchard we'll cover after the closing of public comments. Hi.
Good evening. Jocelyn Modesto, 61 Butler Parkway. I'm here to discuss the proposed lights at Tatlock. Throughout the small neighborhood meetings, the Tatlock community has made a compelling case for why the stadium lights will be dangerous, damaging, and detrimental to our neighborhood and should not be considered any further. When asked what he was planning to do with our concerns or how he was going to weigh the impact on our lives against the sports community's wish for lights, Councilman Smallwood did not have an answer. All he kept repeating was that he was listening to us. To that I say, if you are truly listening and hearing the Tatlock community's position, you would stop this project in its tracks, dismantle the lighting subcommittee, and put energy into looking for a solution that does not severely and negatively affect an entire neighborhood, especially when that same neighborhood has been significantly impacted by the burden it already carries for the Summit sports programs. It was very alarming when Councilman Smallwood said that nothing has been set regarding the lights. They could be off at 9, 10, or even 11. This was the first time 11 p.m. was mentioned as an option, and the fact that he would even say that as a possibility underscores that the neighborhood's concerns have not been truly heard. Additionally, his presentation to the boosters tomorrow night brings the project out of Step 2 and into Step 3, well in advance of any promised studies being conducted, and certainly without having time to meaningfully digest the comments and concerns of the Tatlock community. Councilman Smallwood then closed out the meeting by encouraging us to reach out to our council members with further concerns. One of the representatives for Tatlock is Councilman Pulowski. He has made it clear that he supports the lighting proposal, despite the adverse impacts it will have on a large portion of the constituents. He even went as far as to recently resign from the Summit Lacrosse Board mid-season to preserve his ability to vote yes for the lights. This just further highlights the fact that the deck is stacked against the Washington community once again. History is repeating itself as the Tatlock neighborhood is forced to downgrade our quality of life again and accept more traffic, noise, parking, and safety issues. But now it also comes with light pollution, harmful health effects from artificial lights at night, and dangerous conditions caused by glare. It is not a compromise when one party gets their wish and the other party is left worse off than they are right now. It's more akin to the Tatlock community being steamrolled. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Yep.
I'd like to comment for a minute on affordable housing in Summit. I'm going to leave this with the clerk, but I think everybody's aware of this. We have a fair share agreement which was signed by Mayor Radist and Kevin Walsh of the Fair Share Housing Center, which the city, through its staff and developers and builders, has been working to accomplish. I think it's important to note that on page 5 it states, Summit shall not be required to facilitate construction of a single 50-unit all affordable development and agrees to the maximum extent possible to rely on nonprofit developers to develop the 50 units of affordable housing. Furthermore, the agreement on the same page at paragraph G says the city shall make all reasonable efforts to facilitate, which does not put the obligation on the city to build. And I just have to state from my experience in developing affordable housing with private developers over 30 plus years that segregating communities is a mistake. It used to be a policy of COA not to segregate affordable housing into one building or one spot, and for obvious reasons. For some reason now, some of that has changed, but it still doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense is to integrate affordable units within the community and within the projects. And that's really what Summit should be looking to accomplish. If they wish to help Summit at Home, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think it's a good idea. I do want to know why the corporation has its address at Summit City Hall, whether that was authorized by the city council or not. But in the Secretary of State records, it shows that the corporation does happen to have an address at City Hall associated with the current housing authority. Now, I don't remember the council ever approving that or making that corporation part of the city. But in any event, that's a question to be answered later. I'm just going to leave a copy of this agreement, which I think a lot of people are familiar with the clerk, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the record, sir, would you please state your name into the microphone and your address?
It's Peter LaJoy, 124 Canoe Parkway, Summit, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else for public comment for not on the agenda?
Hi, Kevin McGoey, 113 Woodland Avenue. So I received this glossy mailer in my mailbox. It says property, this may explain what you were asking. Some of our property taxes are going up. And then on the back, it said, "Dear neighbor, did you hear? Fact," all caps. Under the newly elected Republican majority, the city budget contains the largest property tax increase in over 10 years. And that's got an asterisk that brings you to it's really small, but you bring it to it. It doesn't show anything about a history of taxes or anything like that. So I went back and looked. Okay, let me just go back a couple of years and see, because our tax increase this year, our property tax increase this year, by my math, pretty simple, is 0.86%. That's what my property taxes are going to go up. So the average taxpayer is going to pay $19,012. Okay, that's up $163 from last year when they paid $18,849. So then I look back. Okay, let me see what happened last year. Not 10 years ago. Last year, the average property tax went up by $206, or 1.12%. Again, this year, it's 0.86% and $163. So I think 206 is bigger than 163. So I don't know about that fact. Let's go back further. The previous year went up $140 on a smaller base. That was 0.76% tax increase. You know, a little bit smaller than this year. The year before, it went down 0.23%. The year before that, it went up $213.38. That's 1.16%. Again, higher than this year. And the year before that, the average taxpayer, their tax bill increased $413.72. That's 2.29% increase. A lot more than 0.86 and $163. Then it goes back. The Republican Council increased the capital budget by 104%. Okay, I look back at the capital budgets. In 2019, the capital budget went from $5 million in 2018 to $15.4 million. Where was everybody? Where were these? Where were these then? Then, if you look back historically, the maintenance capex looks like it's between $4 and $5 million. The last 2 years, it dropped down to 2 and 1.9. Okay? Then the last bullet point, so I think that was an unsustainable capex level. The last point, fact that Summit's as a residential taxpayer pays nearly double the state average in property taxes, is because our home values are double what the average are. Probably more, but anyway.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Not on the agenda? Okay, we're going to close the public oh, come on, Henry.
I guess I'll be the answer.
Yeah, that's fine. Under the wire.
Henry Bassman, 18 Hartley Road. I'm not going to talk about lights tonight. I'm going to talk about something I think is more important. The ability to speak back to government is a special privilege of a democratic society. But the way this has evolved in Summit, I find problematic. First, you get to talk for as long as you want, as many times as you want, and we have to talk once for 3 minutes. And I don't know who decided that 3 minutes is the optimal time. Maybe if you've got something simple to say, 3 minutes is fine. If you've got something complex, maybe you need a little more time. For every issue, whether it's the capital budget, the municipal budget, affordable housing, lights at Tatlock, the proponents are invited to give a presentation. But the opponents are never invited to give a presentation. How can you make a good decision without hearing both sides of the issue? I'm suggesting that, for my interest, that in the autumn, when all the information is in with the environmental survey and the traffic survey, and lighting survey, that you invite the Tatlock neighbors to make a presentation. So quickly, 3 other things, and they involve demeanor. First is the countdown clock. I've talked to a number of people. This is stressful enough. That clock increases the stress exponentially. Second, the abrupt way that people are now being shut down at precisely 3 minutes and not given even the opportunity to finish a sentence, much less a paragraph, lacks decorum. And third, and it's rude. And third, while watching other public comments, I noticed that a significant number of the people here on the panel are not listening. And if you don't listen, how can you hear? As many as 7 people tonight were engaged in doing other things rather than looking and listening to the person who was making the public comment. That shouldn't happen. Those are my comments. I hope you don't mind, but they're offered in the spirit of making public debate more effective and you getting better information on which to make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Anna Quintero. I live at 65 Butler Parkway. I would like to start off by saying thank you for your service to Summit. I appreciate that it takes a lot of commitment and time to do what you all do. I'm here as a concerned member of the Tatlock community. I live right across the street from the clearing by Investors Field. I have lived there for 8 years and have absolutely loved living in this neighborhood. When Friday Night Lights was a yearly event, my family and I really enjoyed it so much. We knew it was a once a year event, and we knew to be extra careful around that night. We needed to be very cautious with how we parked our cars, making sure that we backed in so that if we had to leave the house, we could drive out of the driveway and onto the street front first in a safe way as long as we were extra cautious. We knew that the craziness and sometimes unruly behavior from kids who were high or drunk was only an event that we had to be careful with one night out of the year. We knew that this craziness that was brought in for those night games was something that attracted many more people than the people that were just coming to watch the game. They were coming for the party. They were coming for the celebration, not just to watch the game. But hey, it was fun, and it was an event for everyone, and it was a special event that we could all be okay with because it was only one night out of the year. Friday Night Lights was a blast. However, the proposal of lighting the field with permanent lights is a totally different animal. It's an awful prospect for the Tatlock community. You've heard the countless pleas from the local community giving you all of the reasons why we are terrified of what this will do to our neighborhood and to our day-to-day living. We have no idea what the scale of the number of night games of all of the sports will bring on in our community. There is no telling, because anything that you guys offer us now could potentially and easily change very soon in the near future. I do wonder, after hearing so many people complain about the noise and the disturbances around the field events, if you all realize we don't actually all mind those things all that much when they happen at adequate hours. I love the cheering, I love the whistles, I love the spirit and the energy. I love it during adequate hours. I actually love when I wake up to it because of it on weekend mornings or on summer weekdays. But there should be a limit to hours at which these things happen. We, as residents of Summit, as taxpayers, as equal members of the community, deserve to be able to have peace and quiet at hours when this noise is not adequate. We deserve to be able to put our young children and grandchildren to bed and be able to enjoy the peace and quiet that all of you get to enjoy and have gotten to enjoy at bedtime for your young ones and for yourselves, and at dinner time with your families, and when you want to enjoy a beautiful evening outside. We deserve not to have to worry about the over-the-top noise and chaos on the streets adjacent to the field with loud voices and cars with their constant beeps locking and unlocking and beeps trying to get somebody's attention until potentially 10 p.m. We deserve to be able to have limits to the time of day of all of these fun and beautiful community
Madam, your
games.
time is up.
Okay, just, we beg of you, do not force this upon us in our homes when we should have the right to have the peace and quiet and family time
Thank
that
you.
you all are going to get to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, can we take your statement? Okay. Okay. Any other public comments? Not on the agenda? Okay. I'm going to close public comment, and I just want to kick it over to Mr. Jacoby. Will you talk about the time limit?
Before I go, let me give you my notes. Sorry, I apologize for not having.
It's okay.
you soon.
You're not leaving yet, are you?
Have a good night.
Oh, wait, I want to address the 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Just in terms
sit
of,
down.
oh, yeah. Did you want to talk about the time limit at all, about the 3 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. So during the open public meeting portion of a meeting, all meetings are open to the public. They're the council meeting, and the public has an opportunity to speak. The law is very clear. You have to be consistent in the time permitted for each person speaking. You can't vary it. You can't give one person 4 minutes, one person 3 minutes, one person 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So we offer 3-minute speaking. We ask people to wrap it up when they hit. And if people go over a second or two, we generally indulge them. But it's to be consistent, because if you're not, then you subject the town to liability, where people do file lawsuits for violating the Open Public Meeting Act, claiming that you have been disparate in your treatment of public speakers. So we're doing it consistently, and the council actually moved the meetings to the beginning of the meeting so that people didn't have to stay here for, till later in the evening. And this evening, people are going to actually have 2 opportunities to speak. But the other thing I will say is that this is comments that are not on the agenda. And I can tell you, I represent a lot of public entities, and I go to a lot of public meetings. And in all of my experience, I've never seen a public entity like this be as generous as they are with public comments. Because not only do they let you have 3 minutes on non-agenda items, on every resolution, much to my chagrin, actually, because I said, you guys are all out of your minds, but they do it. They ask the public if they'd like to comment on every resolution. They ask the public, would you like to comment on the consent agenda? That is very atypical. Usually, there is a public comment of 3 minutes on agenda and non-agenda items, and that's it. But here, you have 3 minutes on non-agenda items, and then you have 3 minutes on literally everything that's on the agenda, and then tonight you're going to have another 3 minutes on the budget. So, and I can tell you that I have never, a lot of public meetings wrap up much quicker when you limit it to 3 minutes for all comments. That's not what they do here. And I think that, it's a hat off to, as long as I've been here for, probably 5 or so years, they've done that consistently, no matter who's been the council president, where they open it up to on every separate item. So I think that's very unique, and it does provide for a lot of dialogue. And I can tell you that a lot of the things that I'm doing when I'm looking at it is I'm writing down names and comments so that I can bring things up with the council following people's public comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say something?
I just
to that?
wanted, I
Sure.
wanted to respond first. And so, listen, Henry, I would be here all night. I love to listen. Part of having the timer is because I would end up letting you talk for 5 minutes early on. I did get quite a bit of criticism because I was allowing this to go too long. So I'm trying to be consistent. And as a business meeting, this is the only time that the council can actually deliberate all together. So that's part of the reason, too, that we want to keep it succinct. Our meetings usually go till 11, 11:30, sometimes 12 o'clock. And I do want to be mindful of the staff. I am more than willing to have a conversation with you outside of the council chambers. I really do want people to feel welcome here. It's important to me. I know we're not always going to agree on issues, but there's never a moment that I want you to feel disrespected, from myself or from any of the council members. So I just want you to know that. Okay? I'm sorry, Councilman Miniger.
Sure, thank you. So I took a little heat last year when I was council president, right, for moving the public comments to the end of the meeting. We would prioritize the business of the city, and then we would get to the stuff that was not on the agenda. And I felt like because we did that and we were done with the stuff that had to get done, we could spend as much time as we needed hearing from the community. And I would very often let people go way over 3 minutes. So my 2 questions, Matt, would be, number one, it's still the council president's prerogative, right, to allow people to go longer if the council president wants to. And second would be, why were you letting me allow people go on so long last year? I mean, seriously, I'm not trying to ambush you, but we had lots of conversations about this last year, and this is the first time I'm hearing about, we absolutely must be consistent, or we're...
I disagree with you. I did cut people off last year. That's totally inaccurate. You can probably go back to meetings where I said your time is up, so you have to sit down.
Yeah, that was when I would cut them off, right?
No,
that was when I would say
But in terms of, I'm not the timekeeper. Your clerk is the timekeeper. And when time is up, I would very often say you have to cease commenting. I always do that. And I also told you the fact of the matter is that you guys indulge the public more than most places, because even when you had the public comments, and it was on non-agenda items at the end, on agenda items, you were limiting it to, but you open up every resolution. You say your council comments. So You did do it consistently. Last year, you had some issues, but if you, you know, let somebody go on a few minutes, a few seconds beyond, that's okay. A few seconds, but not minutes, and I don't recall anybody talking for 5 or 6 minutes beyond the time frame that was set. I just think that's not accurate with what happened.
I think we got to go to the tapes on that one.
You should, because I cut off a lot of people.
I think we left here a lot later than 11 o'clock, more than once last year.
It's
So-
because you had multiple people
Yeah,
speaking, but
yeah.
we kept to the time limit.
And I just want to say, so to your point about public comments at the beginning, public comments at the end, there is no magic to that. I tend to agree. So this is great because people know that when public comments is at the very beginning, you know that you can come here and you're going to be able to catch public comments. Part of the reason that I think it was under, was it Councilman Naidu? Somebody changed it from the public comments to the beginning to the end, or I'm sorry, somebody
other way
reversed it. Yeah, somebody reversed it. And part of it was they wanted to get through the business and then do it at the end. And so then people aren't quite sure when to come when it's at the end. So honestly, this is actually a discussion topic at the League of Municipalities in November. Nobody knows if they should actually have public comment at the beginning or the end, because at the end of the day, there's no right moment. And so if you're consistent, I've been told to be consistent, you're always welcome to come, and I'll have a coffee with you. You're here for 3 minutes. You can comment in public comments and all the other things that are on the agenda. And I do remember Matt cutting people off. So,
Council
but
President.
it's not I
I got yelled at a few times,
yeah.
too.
I just couldn't help but think that Councilman Vartan told me my 3 minutes was up last year several times. So I just want to reaffirm your recollection. I was just watching it last night.
Yeah, we'll check. We'll
Yeah.
check all, you know, I let a lot of people who are in the room talk for a very
Not
long
me.
time, especially because they were at the end of the meeting. That's where I'll leave it.
Councilman Vartan, is there a concern?
Sorry?
Is there a concern? You seem very upset by this decision.
Listen, at the end of the day, I think we all want to hear you speak. There's different leadership styles. There's different ways to handle this. At the end of the day, we want to hear you speak. We got to get our city staff home. We want to hear you. You guys are going to have different leadership styles. You all do a great job, right? We can talk about all this later, in my opinion.
Thank you. Okay. Administrator Rogers, do you want to talk about the address for SAHC? No, it's the city, right? Just to confirm. Okay. Councilwoman Hamlet, do you want to talk about Orchard? Is there any? I don't know who was following up on.
Council President, on that point, when you were saying the addresses, I wasn't sure what you were saying. So, I think the reason why it's actually the address is City Hall is because the Summit Housing Authority, when they created this, and I don't know this. I'm speaking just because I think this is how it was done. The Summit Affordable Housing Corp was created through the Summit Housing Authority, and they're located at this address. So I think that's the reason why that's their address.
Okay. All right. And do you want to talk about Tetlock lights?
Yes.
Okay.
So I clearly need to think about what I say, every single word. At last night's Tatlock meeting, the point that I was trying to make was the fact that there have been we're not even close to determining when lights would be on, if lights go in. We're not there yet. So the point of me trying to say that lights are 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, I didn't mean that lights would be on till 11 o'clock. I could say 1 o'clock a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. It's not the point that I was trying to make. The point that I was trying to make was the fact that we have not even come close to be determining when lights go in, when they would be. That's something that's going to happen in many more discussions down the road. There is a traffic study, a comprehensive traffic study that we're going to do. There is an environmental study that we're going to do. The comment was brought up, why am I speaking to the boosters? I promised the Tatlock neighborhood on our very first meeting in February 7th that I would meet with any neighbor that lived in and around Tatlock Field. We set up 5 meetings. We set up staggered days to try to accommodate as many people as possible. We had anywhere from 10 to 13 to 14 people. I wanted to keep them small because I felt like filling in an auditorium is not going to be productive. I wanted to have small community meetings so that we could listen and hear all of your concerns. I made a promise to meet with you, and I kept my promise. And I'm going to continue listening to you because at this point, that's all we're at right now is a listening point. A lot of the concerns that happened through each meeting, it was repetitive. We found out there's a strong concern. Obviously, there's traffic, there's safety, there's environmental. There's all of those minutes are on the city website. And my promise to you was to meet with you and listen and hear your concerns. When the boosters asked me to come and present to them last month, there was a resident that said, "You haven't finished your meetings with Tatlock yet." I said, "You're right." I canceled my meeting with the boosters and asked them to move it to the following month, which happens to be tomorrow night. It is an open meeting. Anybody can attend. There's nothing being done behind the scenes. I have never met with the boosters. They wanted to find out what was going on. They heard that I was meeting with the Tatlock neighborhood. And the presentation is more or less going to be a question and answer for as much as I have. And we'll review some of the comments so that the sports community understands the concerns of the Tatlock neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, and I do have one more thing. Mr. Bassman, my memory's not that great, and there's usually a lot of people who come up and speak, so I write the names down in the topic that they're speaking about so that in the event that I need to respond to something, I can address it.
Okay.
Just a couple of quick comments. Ironically enough, going through 5 binders for the budget, I dug up that the Tatlock lights were actually approved in 2020, which means I guess they were requested in 2019. I didn't go further back from that, but I thought it was just an interesting point because I couldn't remember when they were introduced. But ironically enough, I've been speaking to a lot of residents near the Beacon Hill Club. And I think some of the residents are equally as frustrated that we don't have a time limit on certain lights. So through you, Council President, Director Schrager, I was wondering, can you confirm that we don't have a lighting ordinance right now?
We do not.
Okay. So I would be amenable to looking into that. I know it's a concern with other neighborhoods, regardless of Tatlock lights. I think it's reasonable to do an ordinance like that. It's pretty basic. We can talk about it in committee. Councilman Vartan, if you think that would be a good idea. Sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, of course.
So I think we can say that we are all for an ordinance that can put lights off at a certain time. I not speak for the rest of my council, but we can vote on that. But I think that's a reasonable and rational way to handle some of your concerns. Might not have to do with Tatlock lights, but I think we can certainly put some.
So I just want to, can I just add on 2 things to that? So just want to go back to the one thing, which was the approval of lights that you just
The lighting
referenced.
study, sorry.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. Just
Sorry,
to be
I
very
meant lighting
clear with
study.
everybody.
Yes,
right?
yes, thank
Like
you.
what was funded
Yes.
in a capital budget was a study.
Yes, the study.
Which was finished, and now
Yeah.
that's.
Yes, thank you,
so,
Councilman Vartan.
Yes, and then the second thing is, there's already in the DRO restrictions on the heights of light structures that you can add, right? There's already lots of very specific design details. The thing that maybe residents don't know is that the city doesn't have to follow it. The city doesn't have to follow our own DRO. So the city can make the decision, put in 80-foot lights and the ordinance wouldn't matter. A lighting ordinance wouldn't apply to the city.
I was talking about the timing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think that would be a DRO thing, and it still wouldn't apply to the city. So I think that suggestion is a good one that we should definitely look into because it pertains to other private clubs, but it's also certainly shouldn't make anybody feel more secure.
I mean, Director, through you, Council President, Director Schrager, don't other municipalities have lighting ordinances pretty often? That's something that we could enforce?
I'm not sure if I assume some do. I know some that do. I can't say how many, but it is something we can enact, but it is our ordinance, so it's up to us to enforce it, so. Yeah.
I think we could choose to enforce it if we put through an
Yeah,
ordinance.
we could choose to just say we're going to turn the lights off.
It's just
Right?
not
Yeah.
the city of
Yeah.
Summit that
Yeah.
doesn't have to. It's all municipalities do not have to follow their own rules, their own ordinances.
Councilman Pulaski.
So I haven't really commented on Tatlock lights from the dais yet, but I have gone to a couple of the meetings, and I had a meeting of my own. And what I have consistently said, and Henry, I said this to you last night.
We know what you're doing.
I don't know how that happened, I'm sorry.
That violated the 3-minute rule.
It's 2 to 2, just a.
You're close to 3 minutes there.
It's basketball season.
I mean,
Chief.
since we're at it, what's
Sorry,
Not
Councilman
hockey.
Pulaski. I know, is it
not
lacrosse or baseball?
Hockey.
Oh, hockey.
I'm very interested in what all of the folks who live down around Tatlock have to say and what their concerns are. And as I said to Henry last night, I'm going to weigh those concerns more than I'm going to weigh the concerns of people who don't live around there. I think that's why the analysis that we're doing is set up in the way that it is. And but the question that I've asked Tatlock residents, and I haven't gotten an answer to it yet, is what's the measure of whether we're listening to the Tatlock residents? Is it if we do lights, we didn't listen, and if we don't do lights, we did listen? And is there any in between? Because I think we have a responsibility to maybe consider an in between. So.
Can I answer that?
No.
No,
I'm
there's-
so sorry.
there's no back and
Yeah,
forth.
no. This is a longer ongoing discussion. I know. Okay. All right. Are there any other council comments? I would like to take a break for 5 minutes, only because it's the budget hearing and it might take some time. So why don't we take a 5-minute break and then we
Can
will.
just one last thing. My resignation from the Summit Lacrosse Club, it was not so that I could vote on this eventually. There's no conflict, even if I was still on it. So I just wanted to make that clear, because Jocelyn had commented otherwise.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. All right. Thank you. All right. We have an ordinance. We don't have everybody.
I still feel lit. Nah, it's just a little.
Just stare at Councilman
No. Staring at you. Okay. We have an ordinance for introduction. Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
ID number 11210, ordinance to authorize acquisition of real property between Ashland Road and Oakland Place.
Capital Projects, Councilwoman Hamlet.
Yes, sorry, just getting back
It's
here.
okay,
Just
it's
give me
all right.
a second.
Take your time.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. This is ordinance ID 11210, an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of real properties on the official tax map of the city of Summit. I'm just going to read verbatim because this is a little bit complicated and hard to explain. If there's further questions, I'll pass it along to Director Traeger. 2 parcels, blocks 3208, lot 5, 59 Ashland Road, and block 3207, lot 5, 57 Linden Place, are currently owned by a defunct development company, Summit Home Land Company, for which no successor or entity remains. These parcels were likely created during the original subdivision of the area, and they primarily contained walled portions of the Salt Brook, in addition to some adjacent unimproved areas. Each is 22 by 300 and contains 6,600 square feet. Earlier this year, our legal team's opinion was that the city holds responsibility for these properties based on the current ownership status, even though the city is not listed as the lawful owner. Previously, the city had an informal practice of removing obstructions in the Salt Brook, including trees within these parcels. Since the city has the responsibility to maintain these parcels, at the time the department has recommended proceeding with a formal acquisition of these lands so they can be added to the list of city-owned parcels on the tax maps and MODIV data so that ownership is clearly understood moving forward. This process is completed by proceeding with the ordinance provided. I move to introduce this ordinance.
I second, and I just have a quick comment also, if we can. We just, we talked about it in the committee, and we have it, but we just don't have the tax map or anything in the packet. We can just post that to the website or make sure we add it to the next council meeting. And just to, again, point out, the size of it is really, it's 22 feet by 300 feet, right? And it's very small. It's very small. We're not, we're not taking over a big piece of land here. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other
We
council?
did talk about putting that in the recreation open space inventory for, I guess, record. Director Sugar, if you think that's appropriate, then we could put it in the Rossi for future.
Yeah, once we take ownership, yes.
Great. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Mr. Miniger?
Aye.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
Mr. Vartan?
Aye.
President Allen?
Aye. Okay. The hearing will be on May 22nd. On to resolutions.
May 21st.
May 21st. Thank you. Sorry. On to resolutions. Finance. Councilman Miniger.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council President. I think my mic might be low, right? Is my mic low?
What?
Sound okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Sound great.
Thank you. This is number 11200, and this resolution appoints a new qualified purchasing agent. Per closed session discussion, the city welcomes Natasha Matisak as the new qualified purchasing agent. Welcome to Natasha. I move to adopt this resolution.
Second.
Excellent. Council comments? I just want to say congratulations. I know it's much needed. Is there any public comments? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Second resolution, Councilman Miniger.
Thank you, Council President. This is number 11250, and this resolution appoints our 2024 Affirmative Action Officer and Public Agency Compliance Officer. This position is held by the QPA, who we just voted on in the last resolution. So per closed session discussion, the city welcomes Natasha Matnack to serve as the Purchasing Affirmative Action Officer and Public Agency Compliance Officer. Again, welcome, Natasha. I move to adopt this resolution.
Second.
Excellent. Any council comments? Public comments?
I just have one, Council President. Obviously, welcome to Natasha, and I also just wanted to say I had some time to speak with Michelle Caputo this week, who will be leaving us, and obviously wishing her the best. We're losing a lot of knowledge with Michelle, and we know Natasha has big shoes to fill, but I will spend as much time with Michelle as I can in the next 5 to 7 days, learning as much as I can if possible. So, congratulations.
Excellent. Okay. Public comments? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Safety and Health, Councilman Boyer.
Thank you, Council President. Today I have the privilege of introducing Resolution 11223 to confirm Detective Ryan Stanek its promotion to the rank of sergeant. Detective Stanek joined the Summit Police Department in 2007, and over the past 17 years, he has dedicated himself to serving our community with honor, integrity, and a deep commitment to public safety. His career highlights include substantial community involvement and a notable record of reducing crime rates. Detective Stanek has demonstrated leadership through his roles such as the Summit PBA, Local 55 President, and Assistant Range Master. His proactive approach in general investigations and community policing has significantly enhanced the safety and trust within our community. I'd like to take the time to congratulate now Sergeant Stanek, and I present this resolution for your consideration to support this adoption.
Second.
Excellent. Council comments? Anyone else? No? Okay. Want to say congratulations. Is there any public comments? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, community programs. Councilman Smallwood.
Thank you, Council President. This is ID number 11247, pending closed session discussion. This is to declare vacancy as Parking Services Director. We recently had our Parking Services Director retire, and I moved to adopt this resolution.
I second.
Excellent. Any council comments? Public comments? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Capital projects, Councilwoman Hamlet.
Thank you, Council President. This is Resolution ID 11033 to award the bid for the Community Center ADA ramp improvements in the amount of $73,063. The scope of this work includes the installation of an ADA compliant ramp and access that will link the community center to Long Field. It will also reconstruct the access driveways to the field and install 2 ADA-compliant parking stalls at Long Field. This project has been heavily supported and desired by DCP, and it will be highly utilized during summer camps to vastly improve accessibility to the lower part of the community center grounds. I would like to move this resolution.
Second.
Excellent. Council comments?
I just have one, because
Sure.
I was looking at this today. Director Schrager, I noticed in the award bid that the award was given to Diamond Construction. When I was looking at the bid specs, I noticed that their costs for the concrete were substantially lower, so I just wanted to take note of that and just make sure it's accurate so that we don't have any change orders, or because the other contractors were, obviously, I'm not sure if it was a prevailing wage thing or what it was, but through you, Council President.
Yeah, through you, Council President. When you look at their bid, you could tell it's apparent what they did. Some of their upfront costs, they bid higher than the others, which is their way of just trying to get money in advance, and therefore then they lower it on the concrete. So it's just part of the strategy that contractors will implement. On a project this small, we don't really call it out. We understand what they're doing, but that's why their concrete is cheaper. So, and it's a risk because if we use more concrete that's in there, then they would get paid less. So it's just part of the bidding process. So.
Thank you.
Council President, just to piggyback off your question, because now I'm curious. So, is this contractor overbidding? Is it, or is that what we're saying? You noticed that the contractor overbid? Or, excuse me, the contractor underbid? And then there's a possibility that they will submit a request for
Change order.
a change order?
Do you, Council President? So I think first and foremost, we do have the lowest bidder that we are selecting. So it is the lowest bidder by the bidding process. No, because they are married essentially to the price they bid for the item that is in the bid. So even if it's less, if they chose to bid less, they're not entitled to get more for what they bid because they gave us a unit price for that material, which in this case would be the concrete. And it's not that their concrete price is so outrageous. If it was outrageous like a penny per yard, that is something we would call out or possibly reject a bid based on the premise that they set their costs on. Otherwise, in this case, they would just be required to do more for a very low price. So.
Got you. So we'll keep an eye on the fact that if they submit a change order and the actual bid price is the same as the highest bid price, then you'll flag that.
Correct. And if they submit a change order, it's for additional work they did, then they'd be entitled to it, but at the price they've already bid. If it's something out of the scope of work, that's where it's negotiated in terms of what the price would be. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And through you, Council President. This one was a little unique because the concrete costs for the other bidders were double, and I thought there was a miscalculation. I thought the award bid was calculating at square yards and the other one were calculating at square feet, so it was just ironic that it was double, and I thought maybe somebody just made a mistake in their calculations, but that's why I just wanted to confirm.
Director Schreiger, is there a threshold of change orders? So like if you have 3 bidders, someone comes in the lowest, we choose them based on that price. Is there a threshold that we say we can't do change orders over a certain dollar amount so that we don't get in a situation where 2 people who lost out on high bids come back and say, wait a minute, that 3rd bidder was the lowest and now they're at the highest because we did so many change orders? How do you, what's that threshold and how do you manage
Yes,
that?
the contract law allows us to go 20% over the actual total price that's bid.
Mm-hmm.
There are exceptions you could get to if it's justifiable, but in that regards, yes, within 20% is still fine. If you get into other quantities, yes, other bidders could challenge the bid even after the fact, based on what's happened after it was awarded. So, yeah.
Okay.
But in this case, we should point out, though some items might be different. I mean, your low bidder was 73, and the next 2 bidders were 76. So it's really just this is competitive bidding, which is what happens when you do it early spring. So this is actually very good prices.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other comments? No? Okay, public comment? No? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, Councilwoman Hamlin.
Yes, this is Resolution ID 11133, which will award bid curbside collection and marketing of recycling materials July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2026. Whereas the Superintendent of Public Works recommends awarding the bid received on March 28, 2024 for curbside collection and marketing of recycling materials to Grand Sanitation for Item 2, single stream, weekly pickup 5 days per week of residential and school and governmental buildings for a 2-year term, July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2026. The cost of said service is $1,790,000 for a 2-year term, and funds for July 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024 in the amount of $447,500 will be certified upon inclusion and in adoption of the 2024 operating budget from account number 4-01-26305-001512. I'd like to move this resolution.
I second.
Any other council comments? Public comments? Please state your name and address.
Thank you, Council President. Danny O'Sullivan, 33 Crescent. So, curbside recycling is broken. Single stream, everything in one truck, paper, whether it's wet or not, going into the truck, glass going in, mail going in. We don't do it that way at the transfer station. When you go to the transfer station, it's very strict. You bring cardboard, it goes right into a truck or a bin, and if it's going to rain, they put a cover on it. So it's just, I think we want to do the right thing as residents, and we want to recycle and you know, follow the law and all of that, but it's not working. And it's frustrating to know that 90% of our plastic is getting incinerated, that this wet cardboard that sits out all night, it's useless, it's trash. If you have a greasy pizza box, it's trash. So how is it that all of this cardboard's going into a truck, a single stream truck, and getting embedded with glass, getting crushed together? How is that getting recycled? So we're not going to solve it tonight, but some of you will be here for a couple of more years when this contract is coming up again, and we just need creative solutions to figure out, what are we doing? It's not working. It's just, we're just paying $895,000 a year to throw other trash away. I don't know what they're doing with it. It's not being made. You're not walking into a Target and buying a hairbrush from all the Poland Spring bottles that they recycled. I mean, it's just not working that way. So I just would like to see some creative thinking on this over the next 1.5 years as this comes up again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's a great point, and I'm curious. I've not been on the recycling committee or anything, but I would welcome Mr. O'Sullivan for you to get back involved and take the lead on something like that, if whoever's the subject matter expert, because it's been bothering, I think, Councilman Smallwood. I think all of us, we don't want to waste taxpayer money, so if we have some great ideas, Director Schrager, maybe you can, do you have anything, is this the way we've been doing it for how long, and are there any better municipal opportunities out there?
Well, first, through you, Council President, we are required to recycle, and I think just trying to put a positive spin on this, we did maintain Grand Sanitation, and the price was far less of an increase than we would have expected with inflation, et cetera. So just at least in the short term, that is a win for the city. Overall, the problem is much larger than the city of Summit. I mean, it is really nationwide, and since China stopped accepting a lot of our recycled waste, there does need to be bigger assistance from the state and federal level. I agree. We have looked internally at other options, whether it's collecting on our own, requiring people to bring it to the transfer station individually. So there are a lot of options there. I'm happy to start looking at other options moving forward. But for now, the primary option we have is to collect it curbside. And once it is collected curbside, the company, in this case Grand Sanitation, does own it. So what they do with it is they have to follow the laws to sort it, and how they do that is up to them. But I do agree globally it's something that we should look at, and if someone can take part in that at a local level, that would be great.
Okay. Thank you.
Council President?
Sure. Councilman
Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm 100% in agreement with you. I know that on the recycling committee, they're working on some, just within our own transfer station, they are working on some marketing pieces that we're going to be able to use through the city website, and trying to get out and educate as many people as possible of what is recyclable, what's not recyclable. And it's a huge learning experience for me in terms of the types of plastics that's recyclable. And I'm still going through it, and goes over my head, but, we have a gentleman on the recycling committee that knows exactly what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. And he's working on a marketing piece to tell us whether, like, plastics, if it sounds like tinfoil, it's not, or if it is, or if it's not, or if it's crinkly, it is or it isn't. But it's also talking about the cardboard as well. I would actually like to go to Plainfield to visit the Grand Sanitation. Is it the Grand Sanitation Service? Is it the name of the company?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I would actually like to take a trip down there. Maybe you could join me and to see how they actually operate and what actually gets recycled and what gets put into the incinerator. Because I agree, if we're spending $800,000 on recycling and it's not being recycled, we're wasting money.
Can I just, one quick thing, two quick things? So there's the macro level of recycling, right? Which is like, this used to be a great source of revenue for the city, and now it's $895,000 a year, right? So that's obviously there's a problem there. But at the very micro level of recycling, Grand is a big improvement over the previous vendor. And we were talking about this the other day. If you wind up behind them in your car, right, you're going to be like a little bit more frustrated because it's like, what's taking them so long? And they're taking their time, right? And they're putting being a little bit careful, and they're most of the time get the bins back onto the curb. And I think that's like at a day-to-day thing. If you don't have to run out into the street and grab your recycling bin, I think that's a good thing. And I think that's a nice win to be celebrated. So thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Anyone else? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Councilwoman Hamlet.
Thank you, Council President. This is my third one? Yep, the third. I've had so many, I can't keep track.
0974. I know.
Resolution number 10974, authorizing grant application submission and execution grant agreement for the 2024 NJBPU CEP Implementation Grant Program. Whereas a sustainable community seeks to ensure that its environmental, economic, and social objectives are balanced and mutually supportive, the City of Summit strives to assure clean land, air, and water for current and future generations. Whereas New Jersey's Energy Master Plan Pathway to 2050 established that community-level action is necessary to achieve the state's goal of 100% clean energy by 2050. And that the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities has created a Community Energy Implementation Grant Program for municipalities to implement initiatives identified in their Community Energy Plan or a plan equivalent to a CEP that has been approved. I'd like to move this resolution.
Second.
Excellent. Council comments?
Just really,
Go ahead.
well, you could go
I
first.
just wanted to say that I think we noticed that the actual application that's in your packet tonight is the old one, which has a date that is not correct for submission, which we found. So if we could just attach the correct one to the minutes, Director Schrager. This looks like we're on time for submitting this, so it's fine. Correct?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Council President, I believe the date is May 24th. Correct.
May
Yes.
24th? Sorry. I was reading. May 24th. Thank you. All right.
Just very quickly, Council President. So our community energy plan was adopted at the end of last year. Basically, what that is that it outlines actual concrete initiatives that the city can that the city can implement and participate in over the next 10 years. This is what seems, I think, like the first round of grants associated with that. So that's good. Thank you.
And that was Donna Cattell. Applied for it?
The Environmental Commission created the Community Energy Plan, and it has been helpful in this grant application.
Excellent.
Yeah. Thank you. Donna?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Donna.
Mm.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Councilwoman Hamlet.
Thank you, Council President. This is Resolution ID 11248, authorizing the grant application submission and execute grant agreement for all U.S. Department of Transportation Safe Streets and Roads. Whereas the U.S. Department of Transportation Safe Streets and Roads for all SS4A program provides federal funding to support planning, infrastructure, behavioral, and operational initiatives to prevent death and serious injury on roads and streets involving all roadway users, including pedestrians, bicyclists, public transportation, personal conveyance, and micro-mobility users, motorists, and commercial vehicle operators. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Common Council of the City of Summit formally approves the application to the above stated grant program for a minimum amount of $100,000 for a planning and demonstration grant to create an action plan for the City of Summit. And I'm looking to see if there is a match. Well, I'd like to move this resolution.
Second.
Council comments? Public comments? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Final resolution, Councilwoman.
And that one
Hamel.
does, it looks like that does have a 20% match, so I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. Okay. Okay, give me a minute. Okay. Final one. This is Resolution ID 11235. Grant permission, set forth conditions for the Summit Volunteer First Aid Squad, sign display on city property. That permission is hereby granted to the Summit Volunteer First Aid Squad to display membership, drive promotional signs in various locations on city property from Wednesday, May 8th, 2024 through Saturday, June 8th at the Village Green near the YMCA, the Village Green at the corner of Summit Avenue and Broad Street, Union Place Roundabout, and the transfer station by the railroad overpass. I would like to move this resolution.
Second.
Excellent. Council comments? Public comments? Okay.
All right, just very quickly, what the signs are encouraging people to do is join the First Aid Squad. So I can't possibly recommend doing that highly enough. Go on their website, check it out, take a ride along. Changed my life. Thank you.
Absolutely. I know, I saw John John's not here anymore, right? Okay. Excellent. Public comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Next up is our budget hearing. I'm going to kick it over to Administrator Rogers.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the public hearing. So while a great deal of tangible work product has been created to educate the elected officials and public about the 2024 municipal budget, I believe it is necessary to restate some basic information and thoughts about it. The introduced 2024 municipal budget reflects the city's commitment to preserve its sound financial position and enhance quality of life through efficient allocation and management of limited resources while being mindful of its long-range fiscal capacity and strategic debt management practices. Further, the municipal budget delivers on the city's high-level service goals and provides significant funding for capital improvements to rebuild, repair, and improve city infrastructure and facilities to meet community needs. The 2024 municipal budget is a policy document that establishes a strong operational plan, provides essential public services, and responsibly meets other financial obligations. Budget preparation was particularly challenging this year, given that various appropriation increases outweighed available non-tax revenue sources. Competing interests and scarce resources always present challenges in balancing the city's annual budget. Like every preceding budget year, the Common Council Finance Committee carefully examined the 2024 annual operating budget and capital improvement project requests submitted by city department heads and division managers. After extensive review and discussion, the Finance Committee, Capital Projects Committee, and key city staff formulated an annual financial plan that sufficiently balances operational needs with prudent stewardship of public monies. Please allow me to provide some financial facts about this budget. The 2024 municipal tax rate is rising to 92 cents per $100 of assessed valuation, which is 2 cents higher than the 2023 municipal rate. 2 cents is the same municipal tax rate increase realized in the 2023 municipal budget. The municipal tax levy increase needed to balance the 2024 budget is $1.47 million. This is a 5% increase from the 2023 municipal tax levy. While this tax levy increase is the largest amount needed to balance the city's budget in many years, property owners will not realize a 5% or 5-cent increase in their municipal taxes. As fully explained during my April 2nd municipal budget presentation, in the municipal budget snapshot delivered to every property owner about 2 weeks ago, and in the voluminous budget document produced for the elected officials and the public that is posted on the city's website, the city's tax base valuation growth of $82 million will generate about $741,000 in new municipal tax revenue. This $741,000 of new municipal tax revenue will provide just over 50% of the $1.47 million of tax revenue required to balance the budget. The remaining municipal tax revenue needed is approximately $720,557 to balance the budget will be raised from the existing tax base valuation. This is why every property owner will see the municipal portion of their tax bill rise by 2.3%, or 2 cents. In comparison, the 2024 municipal tax rate percentage increase is lower than the 2.5% increase in 2023. Even with the $1.47 million tax levy increase, the city's budget is well under the state's property tax levy cap law by $394,141. Municipalities always want to realize tax-based valuation growth. Property owners want to see this happen with their own respective property value. Annual new tax-based valuation increases generate new tax revenue. The City of Summit has been very fortunate to see consistent, significant tax-based valuation increases since 2017. Over the last 7 years, the average tax-based valuation growth was $35 million. In 2023, the city's budget benefited from a $34.7 million increase in its tax base, whereby it reduced the $1.03 million, or 3.6% increase in the municipal tax levy by about $314,000. Thus, the remaining tax revenue needed to balance the 2023 budget was about $721,181, or 2.5%. Summit's average residential assessment value is $435,648. In 2024, using this average residential assessment value, a homeowner will likely see an estimated $163 increase in their total tax bill, of which $92 is the municipal portion. Or for every $100,000 of residential valuation assessment, a property owner should anticipate an estimated $37 increase in their total tax bill, or $21 increase in the municipal portion of their tax bill. For comparison purposes, in 2023, the same property owner saw a $190 increase in their total tax bill, of which $100 was the municipal portion. Again, to clear up any misunderstanding, the estimated 2024 tax bill change will be lower than what Summit property owners experienced in 2023. My last point about the 2024 municipal budget is regarding the capital budget. The primary challenge of the annual capital budget is to balance priorities with fiscal constraints. Similar to an annual operating budget, a capital budget requires difficult decisions. The nature and importance of individual capital project requests will likely determine those that will be accomplished in the respective budget year and those that can be deferred to future years. Over the last several years, the city has deferred many projects to future years because of rising debt service obligations. In fact, in 2022 and 2023, the city's capital budgets were $2.1 million and $1.9 million, respectively. Last year was the lowest capital budget in decades. That budget level is unsustainable given the growing number of capital projects deferred for years. From 2014 to 2021, the average capital budget amount was $7.2 million. So the 2024 capital budget amount of $4 million is well below that average, even though it is double the historically low capital budget amount in 2023. In closing, I would like to thank the mayor and common council for all their hard work during this budget process, and strongly recommend that the 2024 municipal budget, as introduced on April 2nd, be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Rogers. Councilman Miniger, I'd like to just say something. Do you mind?
Sure.
I just wanted to thank everybody and kind of set the context. So tonight, we're going to be discussing the municipal budget for 2024. And as council president, I want to underscore the deep commitment by this council to deliver a budget that balances fiscal constraint with responsible investing in city resources. Making budget decisions is never easy, but this year, just as years past, the Finance Committee, under Councilman Miniger's guidance, worked every Thursday for 4 months to identify where we could cut, save, and prioritize so we wouldn't burden our residents more than necessary. Nobody likes a tax increase. especially knowing that inflation is hitting our pocketbooks in every aspect of our lives. But unfortunately, City Hall is not immune to inflation as well. Similar to last year, it's important to highlight that despite some challenges, our budget this year stayed under the 2% cap. So what did we focus on? As former Councilman Vartan mentioned in his Facebook Live last year with Chair at the time of Finance, Councilman Miniger, the two largest departments that touch and impact everyone's life in Summit are public safety and community services. That's why we are investing in both this year. Our human capital and our construction capital, our valued employees, the buildings, the roads, and support systems that our cities run on. This year's budget process, under Councilman Miniger's direction, mirrors last year's process and reflects our dedication to ensuring the consistency and excellence of municipal services our residents rely on. Recognizing employees as valuable assets and enabling them to be successful in their jobs directly correlates with their ability to serve our community happily and effectively. Throughout 2023, one common concern we continually heard from the community was safety, and we are investing in our police force. This decision not only enhances our community security, but it also supports our police in meeting the growing and challenging needs of our city. A couple years ago, a previous councilman stated that we really squeeze out every ounce of shelf life from our assets, whether it's our cars, equipment, and furniture, and that case still remains the same today. That's why this year, in our pursuit of responsible management of our city fiscal resources, Administrator Rogers requested a position for a new facility manager. The role will oversee more than $40 million in assets that until now have been managed in a decentralized way. Rest assured, this person will be out in the field and hands-on. Our aim is to create a budget that mirrors the priorities of this community because we're listening, learning, and working every day to make sound decisions fiscally and otherwise. Once again, I would like to thank our Finance Chair, Councilman Miniger, who has brought 2 years of experience to this budget process. I'd like to thank Mayor Fagan, Councilwoman Hamlet, all for your hard work. Councilwoman Hamlet, you really dig into numbers and turn everything inside out to understand them. Administrator Rogers, CFO Tammy Baldwin, and all the department heads who met with us, worked on the budget. Your expertise and strategic guidance have been crucial in shaping what I believe is a responsible budget. Both Councilman Miniger and Councilman Vartan collectively have 5 years of experience on the Finance Committee as chairs and have stated many times this process is exhaustive, transparent, and head and shoulders above other towns, and I completely agree. They are right, and Tammy, I hope you get a good night's rest tonight. It's been 6 months. Finally, I'd like to recognize all the citizens who have sent in emails and who I've spoken to about the budget, happy or not. I appreciate the engagement, and I appreciate and thank you for your interest. Whether it was Kevin McGoey or Diego, with all your questions, I've learned a ton, and I have a true appreciation of the nuances of the budget. So thank you again. Let's continue to work together to ensure our city remains a wonderful place to live, work, and thrive. And Councilman Miniger, the floor is yours. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Councilman. In December, our council president asked me to be the chair of the Finance Committee. I saw last year what it takes to be a chair of finance. I was chair of finance last year, and ideally, you are involved in discussions that help you shape the budget, or at minimum, aware of how that budget is being created. You have to be a champion for the budget you're working on, and you've got to be in the loop. I told our council president that when we discussed it back in December. In January, we received the operating budget requests from every department. Our police chief requested an increase in overtime for his officers, which I was in total support of, given his use of overtime in the prior year. I realized very quickly that I was out of the loop, which is what I feared would be the case, when changes were being made to the operating budget that I had no idea about them. I was not being made aware of the direction this budget was taking. And in February, we were presented with the operating budget. It was clear then that this budget was created outside of the Finance Committee. When I asked if it was possible to aim for a much lower percentage increase, like 1% or 0% tax increase, I was told that the days of sub 2% tax increases are over. When I pushed back that we were adding too many employees, a total of 4 full-time pensionable employees, my request to make trade-offs somewhere was not honored. Chief Zagorski requested additional officers the second time around, and his letter to our committee was very compelling. I support 100% our police chief's request for 2 additional officers. But one of the jobs of the Finance Committee, I thought, was to make trade-offs, so you don't have to make an expensive city even more expensive for years to come. We should have met somewhere in the middle. There was no meeting in the middle on this. When I asked what the purpose of being the chair of the Finance Committee is in this context, when I essentially have no influence at all over these discussions, I was told that it would be nice to have the finance chair support this budget, but that it would be presented to council regardless. This budget was made for the majority, period. One of my duties of that finance committee was to run a meeting, which I did. Also, as finance chair, a duty of mine is to introduce this budget, so I did that back in April. And now I'm going to carry out another duty as finance chair, which is to open the hearing, and that's where my support for this budget ends. I move to open the hearing.
I'd like to second it with a few comments. Mr. Giacobbe, is that okay?
That's fine.
I'd like to address a few of your comments, Councilman Miniger, but I'll go ahead and say what I had to say in a positive light beforehand. That is that I thank the Finance Committee and our city staff members, CFO Tammy Baldwin, and our staff, City Administrator Michael Rogers, and the entire city staff. Thank you for working so hard all of those Thursdays. I'm excited to put my binders away. For all of you that don't know, every year there's a binder this big, and the tabs are identical. They're literally identical. So whoever makes these, I'm not sure who makes them, but thank you, because I went back in the last 2 days, and it's really interesting to compare. And when you dig into this 300-page document and you backtrack 6-8 years, it's a really, really good history lesson. So thank you for whoever makes these binders. They don't go to waste. I want everyone to appreciate that the budget is a culmination of several of years. It's easy to look at just this year's budget and look at capital costs. However, most of you can appreciate that it's far more complex than that. I was a bit disheartened at the last meeting when some of my colleagues questioned the overall methodology in which we came to a 2% increase. As Michael Rogers just mentioned, many of the previous capital budgets have historically been between $4 and $5 million. One of the highest capital budgets was in 2019 at $16,019,000. I began to take a deeper look at the last 5-year forecast for the capital budget starting in 2021. So in 2021, the only council person up here was Councilman Vartan. In 2021, the council at the time forecasted that the capital budget for the years 2022 to 2026 was $5.38 million. And we just learned from our city administrator, which I didn't know, from 2014 to 2020, it was 7.2? Is that right?
Yeah, up until 21.
21, okay. So somewhere around there. So that gives me the confidence that previous councils fully understood the resources, staff, and capital improvements that it takes to run the city the size of Summit, a city the size of Summit. In fact, as Lisa Allen just mentioned in a budget meeting in 2021, former Councilman Daniel Sullivan with the great recycling ideas tonight highlighted how we exhaust the life out of our assets, our vehicles, our equipment, our showmobile, and we're not recklessly spending money. We have similar thoughts. However, around 2022 and 2023, you see a massive decline in the capital budget numbers. The capital budgets for those years were 2.14, and in 2023, 1.991. Those 2 years were historical outliers. Our city administrator made a recommendation to take a serious halt in any spending for those years in order to reduce long-term debt obligations from large projects like the community center and the firehouse. I applaud him in those efforts and appreciate this gives us more flexibility this year in returning to an appropriate capital budget to run a city the size of Summit. This year, in 2024, our debt service payment is $6.5 million. With that being said, we must be mindful of our capital projects and resources going forward. In regards to your comments tonight, Councilman Miniger, in the meeting in which Chief Zagorski presented his operating budget, I specifically asked, the mayor was there, the CFO Tammy Baldwin was there, and the city administrator was there. I said, I am aware that the department requested more officers in their committee meetings. Why aren't we talking about that right now? I specifically asked that question, and I specifically wanted to keep you in the loop. You were clearly not for the police officers because you had questions, which is fine, and that's understandable. So we had our CFO create a pension memo and we all became comfortable. But you bet we wanted to hire more officers. That's why this council is up here. The public wanted more officers. You bet we wanted more officers. We weren't backing down on that, but we never had a conversation around it until that day in January, which we were all there. So you bet we wanted more safety, and you bet we wanted more police officers.
Thank you.
I second this resolution.
Yes, you may. Okay. I'm going to go to Councilman Miniger. I'll let him respond, and then I'm going to go around the dais. It's all right. Oh, wait.
Is my second accepted?
Oh, is your second accepted? Yeah.
Matt?
No.
She seconded to open the hearing.
You seconded it.
To open the hearing.
Yeah.
Open the hearing.
Okay, I just want to make sure it was accepted.
Yeah.
Councilman Miniger.
Thank you, Council President. So I am thrilled that we got the chief what he asked for. What I want to know is, were you on the safety committee?
I was not on the safety committee,
How
but
did you know about it before I did? I was not in the loop on any of these things. I found out about it in hearsay. I found out a mention of it from Michael like an hour before that meeting. This is stuff that you talk about to the chair of your finance committee. You talk about this stuff with them. That's how you craft a budget together. So that's the main thing. We could have planned the trade-offs to make that happen a lot easier, and I think that's what was lacking.
okay, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. And I don't know when I found out, but I knew that I think we had talked about, at least in 2023, that we needed more officers in front of 22,000 residents. So I thought maybe that would be a priority.
Councilman Boyer?
So I don't even know where to start. Is my mic on here?
Yeah.
The mic's, but in terms of officers, I'm glad that we're all on the same page. I don't have to sit up here and defend the hiring of 2 more officers, but I will say that during the campaign, almost every speech that I gave, I said on day 1, I'm going to ask for more officers. It wasn't a secret. It wasn't a secret to anyone on the council here. And to me, it was something that in my head was like non-negotiable, right? Every meeting I had, I said, where's the plan for our officers? So much so that people were tired of me saying it. I mean, it was every single safety meeting. It was definitely a priority. The reason why it was a priority is because Summit currently operates with 47 full-time sworn officers, equating to a rate of 2.06 officers per 1,000 residents. The national average is 2.4 officers per 1,000. When compared to our neighboring towns, Cranford, 54, Westville, 62 officers. That's 2.0 per 1,000. And Milburn, strikingly, 57 officers per 1,000 residents. That's 2.84. Actually, I was just talking to a council member in Milburn, and they just hired 2 more. So they were at 55, and they hired 2 more this year. So their commitment to public safety is undeniable. I was actually watching the video from last year, the budget meeting, and both Councilwoman Hamlet and Council President Allen both said that they would like to see more officers in the budget for this year. But why, right? So reports of motor vehicle thefts in the last couple of years increased by 117%. Residential burglaries, which I actually went over a couple of council meetings ago. Residential burglaries up by 126% over the last few years. This surge underscores the urgent need for an expanded police force. The department used 2,232 man-hours of overtime to deploy additional officers for precision patrolling. These efforts led to the arrest of 26 individuals suspected of burglary and car thefts. Now, this definitely leads to a reduction in theft. right? So despite the high attempts, the actual theft of vehicles decreased by 40% compared to the previous year. But there was a result in this operation, and the resulting was substantial costs. 605 hours of comp time and overtime expenses totaling $167,000. And lastly, I mean, research supports the fact that adding more officers, and this is a Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania, right? Communities with better funded and adequately staffed police departments tend to have higher home values. I mean, that makes common sense. When you're looking for a home, it could be aesthetically pleasing, but when you scroll down and the schools are no good and there's high crime, you're not going to buy the house, right? That makes perfectly sense. That's why your home values are really high, because you have good schools and you want to maintain a good police force. Now, these two officers, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Zagorski, they will be going to the Patrol Bureau. So enhancing our patrol capabilities to provide a more immediate response to calls and a visible deterrent in the key areas of crime. But I want to talk about, can I say something about the budget? Well, this is my justification for hiring officers. I didn't think it would be that easy, to be honest. As a councilman, I want to emphasize the profound significance of our public budgeting process. It's not merely about tallying expenses or adjusting last year's figures. It is a profound statement of our community's priorities and values. When we allocate funds, we are explicitly stating what matters to us as a city. If parks are declared as a priority, well, the budget should reflect that. And you should see a significant investment in park development and maintenance. Otherwise, our stated priorities come into question. The public budget is our most powerful tool for policy implementation. It's not just numbers on a page. It's a blueprint for the future. Every dollar allocated is a step towards realizing our collective vision for the community. Engaging with the budget means looking beyond the surface. As elected officials, we were chosen to effect change and fulfill promises. If we are committed to enhancing public safety, community wellness, or education, our budget must align with those objectives. Adjusting our financial plan is essential to achieving these goals. Although enhancing our police force to meet the challenges of modernity is not explicitly listed as a goal, our budget reflects our commitment to this objective. As taxpayers, you deserve to know that your contributions are being utilized. One of the primary ways to demonstrate this is through the budget document itself, which should clearly articulate what we have achieved and what we aim to accomplish moving forward. Moreover, as we move forward and think about our priorities for the next budget, I encourage my fellow council members and city staff to not only manage the budget effectively, but also think innovatively about how we can save and reallocate resources without diminishing services. Rewarding departments for finding savings can encourage efficiency and enhance our ability to fund essential projects without additional taxpayer burden. As we approach each fiscal year, it's imperative to focus on outcomes, not just outputs. We need to ask ourselves not only what we are achieving with the resources allocated, but also why these achievements matter. This outcome-focused approach will ensure that our budgeting process is meaningful to the quality of life in our community. And when we look at the goals this year, we look at expanding programs by partnering with nonprofits for developing and constructing affordable housing, strengthening enforcement of housing codes to ensure safe and livable conditions, provide support to the Summit Housing Authority in its renewal of public housing citywide, develop a comprehensive public awareness campaign to inform residents of available affordable housing options, offer support services for financial literacy and home buyers education. Like these things we add as goals. but we need to really see it happen. When we were talking about affordable housing and we were talking about the firehouse space, my heart truly is with affordable housing and low-income housing. You know, I would like to see low-income housing in Summit somewhere. I'm going to be perfectly honest about that. Dennis Place, Weaver Street, Glenwood, they affected people's lives. I know people who wouldn't be here without those places and those environments. And if we're going to put this down as a goal, we need to see that happen. Now, listen, it might not be at the the firehouse. I get that. But as a community and as a council, we need to see it somewhere. We need to partner with the Summit Housing Authority. We need to help them rebuild and I don't want to use this term, but I am, the dilapidated conditions that they live in right now. It's unacceptable. We have doors that need to be painted, doorbells that don't work, grass that is uneven that kids can't play on, sidewalks that are chipped. But when you go up to Blackburn or Prospect, they have beautiful sidewalks. There is a hidden structure in our town that is hidden. You can't see it. It's hidden by the bank, there's shrubberies, right? But in the middle of it, there's a place that doesn't look like Summit. And we owe it to our current residents to do something about it. Now, if this budget that we have right here and these goals, and we're committed to affordable housing, then it really should reflect what we do this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other council comments?
I just have a quick one,
Mhm.
if anybody else doesn't want to go.
Yeah, good.
I think it's important to note that in 2023, the adopted police salary and wage was $5,771,000. Sorry, I apologize. The adopted in 2022 was $6 million. It then went down to $5.7 million. Chief, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just looking at my sheet. But if you look at the actual fluctuations, the number where we're at now for salary and wage is just a little bit above at 6.244. So I guess I would ask Administrator Rogers, what's the actual number for the taxpayer in adding to police? It's very insignificant this year, obviously. But it's not the biggest piece of why the budget rose. And I'd like to talk a little bit about why the capital budget rose.
Are you talking about just the difference between 2023 and 2024's salary and wage line?
Yes.
So that's
The COLA specifically.
All right. Well, so in 2023, the adopted police department budget did not reflect a cost of living adjustment because the city was in the process of negotiating a collective bargaining agreement. So that amount we had in a reserve, so it just didn't reflect it in the 2023 adopted budget. That additional money, it's about $130,000 that is showing up in the 2024 budget that really is related to 2023 cost of living adjustment. So that sort of is a part of that $473,000 that's increasing. So that's part of it. And then it's retirements and just a changeover that kind of brought that overall budget down in the salary wage area. But now we're kind of replenishing our staff, and that's where we are. And there's been natural step increases. We put together in the budget report, we show for every group, FMBA, PBA, Teamsters, non-union, what the cost of living adjustments are this year, what versus last year, and the step increases, longevity, and that's what reflects really the salary and wage overall increase of about $533,000. So that's for the entire organization. So that's what we try to provide and enlighten people. It's just pure transparency that I believe in, and it just requires looking at all the information and trying to piece it together. I know it's a lot. But
through you, Council President, Administrator Rogers, for the two officers, minus medical pension, I don't think they contribute for the first couple of years. I have $116,000 for the year one.
So the salary and wage, just for salaries alone, we have 2 full-year salaries for the new hires. That's about 115,000. They contribute a pension. It's just that it's not reflected in the employer's number for 2 years. So it's a lagging amount. What we're paying this year in 2024 is for 2022 salaries.
Okay. Councilman Smallwood?
Yes, thank you, Council President. So, I mean, in terms of Councilman Whitaker supporting our police officers and the hiring of them, it's the only hiring that you actually mentioned.
Oh.
Right.
The other two are the facilities manager.
Correct.
And I believe somebody else working in facilities as well.
No,
Or
that's
not
actually in
facilities,
sewer.
So-
He went to
so-
sewer, so it doesn't count.
And so I believe our facilities manager is actually already an employee as a part-time and becoming a full-time.
No, that's not correct.
Oh, that's not, okay.
No, it's a new position. It's vacant currently.
Okay.
The other position that was turned into from a part-time to full-time position, it was a lead inspector. It is now a full-time, lead inspector code enforcement,
Gotcha.
which
Okay.
we were in dire need of. That's the additional.
So last year, in 2023, the actual paid or charged as of 12/31/2023 from our police department, $356,000 and $356,118 in overtime. The actual requested 2023 budget was $225,000, but we actually spent $356,000, which I'm assuming is why the department requested in 2024 $365,000 in overtime, which was actually being proposed, that was requested. What's being proposed is $285,000. So, I mean, are we paying in overtime, or what's better for our police officers? To pay them in overtime or to give them some support? I understand your concerns about the pensionable salaries, but, I mean, in 2023, we went over $153,000 in overtime.
Yeah.
That's putting added stress on our own police force.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
So they clearly need some help. And, for an officer of 1 year, I believe it's roughly, including health insurance, dental, and there's no actual pension, correct, Michael? The first year?
No cost to the employer.
Right. So including the physical examination, drug screening, uniform equipment, and body armor is going to be roughly $87,000 for one police officer. Right? We went over budget on our overtime by $153,000. I mean, it's, however you want to look at it, we're spending the money. And I'd rather than putting the stress on our existing officers, give them some additional help. And I understand over a long period of time, over a 10-year period of time, that roughly $87,000 in year one goes to $202,000, which includes pension, health insurance, dental insurance, which over a period each year increases every year for our pension. But what are we going to do if we don't hire these officers? Are we going to keep increasing our overtime budget?
Sure.
Councilman
So you and I are speaking the exact same language here. So everything you said is the reason that I loved the letter from Chief Zagorski. So I went into this meeting thinking, all right, so we're going to increase overtime hugely. Not this meeting. I mean, our meetings. We're going to increase overtime hugely. And the chief said, yeah, we needed that because we were deploying them through. That's how the existing officers are being paid. The thing that changed my mind was in Chief Zagorski's letter. He said that it's not just about availability of officers to take advantage of overtime. It's extra money for them, but there's a component of morale, and that was huge. That was like, well, okay, you cannot argue against that, and I would never do that. So 2 officers, yeah, I think it's fantastic. We have to keep in mind that there is. What I was pushing for was a trade-off there, man. Because if you're talking long-term, yes, what priority, so you spend money on it long-term, do it. But you've got to do something else. And that was what I felt was not, it was not met. It wasn't, my request for us to trade off in some way was not met.
But I mean, I believe that by hiring these two police officers, I would assume that our overtime budget is going to be reduced significantly.
Correct. That's also, that's a given. The two officers, you would think that they wouldn't have. What I'm worried about, and I need to ask Chief about this, so we didn't get a chance to talk fully about this, is how long it takes to train these two officers, and will that amount of overtime cover the officers who are currently in place? Let's say, I'm guessing, I may have heard this from you, 6 months. If there's a 6-month training period before they can be fully on the job?
It's a little less than that.
Okay. Are we good with the amount of overtime that is currently in the appropriations for those who will be taking over in those first 6 months, or sorry,
Yes.
first 4 months?
You won't see a significant decrease in overtime early on, because I said that there'll be the training component.
Right.
But moving past that, 3 to 4 month period, you'll see that greatly reduced. For example, in my letter, $141,000 of our overtime was spent specifically for precision patrolling in residential areas to deal with the car thefts and the burglaries. With the two new officers, I estimate that would easily be reduced by at least 70%. Because I deployed with that overtime, we deployed what would be equivalent to more than 2 officers. So with these 2 officers, though, that would impact that significantly.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. So it's all, that entire section made sense to me. It's just figuring out a way to make a trade-off. Trade-off is a big deal. When it comes to capital budgets, when it comes to the operating stuff, when it comes to the pension stuff, I think there needs to be trade-offs, and it has to come from Finance Committee.
But when you say trade-off within the police department or trade-off within other departments?
Anywhere. So anywhere you're, so if it's, if you're, yeah, I mean, it's anywhere that can offset the extra costs to the public. I think it was very important to look at, very important to focus on. That's why I did it.
Well, we took out $1.6 million in Tatlock lights.
I'm glad we did.
Councilwoman Hamlet.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, what this capital budget presents for all of you is the confidence in knowing that we're back to an appropriate capital budget. We have literally been ignoring parks and playgrounds for years. I spoke with Director Ozrowski today. We went back in the budget binders from 2020, and I said, Mark, I think you asked for Tatlock Playground in 2020. It's 2024. So it's just so interesting to go back and look at his requests. And I said, did you get anything approved? And we kind of went back, and he said, well, we got the Tatlock basketball courts done, and we kind of went through, we got the track done. But when you look over the years, there's certainly projects that we just haven't been able to do. And I think that the facilities manager is such a crucial role. Chris Holstein right now is playing a huge role. Mark can speak to it later. Right now, he manages most of our turf, most of our baseball fields, so many of our facilities. And, as our CFO, Tammy Baldwin, would say, a city the size of Summit running all of these operations absolutely it would be appropriate to have a facilities manager and desperately needed. And I think Director Schrager could speak to that as well. But I fully support all 3 new employees. Again, the other employee will be covered in sewer utility. But I fully support this capital budget and all of the personnel. And I hope that the city staff feels supported.
I just want to say this too. So we're hiring 3 new employees, 2 are police, and 1 we're proposing is the facility manager.
It's a staff assistant that was part-time going to full-time who's in the sewer utility.
He's in the sewer utility.
And
So that doesn't hit
there's
our...
the facilities manager, and then there's the 2 police officers.
Right. And so the facilities manager, one thing I just wanted to say is that Aaron Schrager, if anybody knows, is one person doing 2 jobs, 2 full-time jobs. When I came on council, I think it was 2021, early February, and at the time we had made Aaron, we promoted him from engineer to director, but he also kept the engineering role as interim. So since almost 3 years, you can confirm that for me, Aaron has been doing 2 full-time jobs, and the city is exploding with work. So I have to say that, you know, I would almost say that we need to figure out that job, and having a facility manager, for me, was definitely a reason why I would support hiring, you know, someone for you. I just feel like everybody is so inundated, but zoning and engineering and DPW has a ton going on. So I don't know if you want to say anything about that, Director Schrager?
No, I appreciate that, and thank you for your support. But, you know, primarily the city is evolving right now, and the department's willing to take on what's required of it, but we do need help. So, and one area we're not that strong at is our facilities. And as we move forward, we definitely see a shifting that the fields will ultimately come back to DPW, but we don't have a person to do that, including the municipal pool and the golf course. That's in addition to what we identify as the 45 facilities that we do own and maintain right now. Now, don't panic, we don't have 45 buildings. Some of those are dugouts or the Sentinel Tree down on Broad Street, but overall we do have 45. And I think we were very fortunate that this building was new for, you know, 10, 15 years, but now it's hitting 30, and suddenly this needs a lot of work. The community center had a major overhaul, but now 5+ years, it's starting to just need more attention. It's great that we're redoing, you know, the firehouse, but ultimately, you know, 10 years down the road, we want to make sure we're working on all our facilities together, including even the parking garages and parking lots. So we're trying to bring all of that into one umbrella, one for efficiency and two to preserve our infrastructure, but really just to manage it, we're gonna need staff to do so, because right now we're trying to do it through various entities and various departments, and that's not as effective as it could be.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So.
And if anyone saw Tatlock Field bathrooms, we definitely need someone down there. So, Councilman Miniger, I just wanted to say to you that we had a conversation, and I know you had shared your concerns about hiring, and I totally respect that. The one thing I would say is a miss, I guess, in terms of our communication, that I didn't hear that you wanted to reduce in terms of offsetting the cost of hiring. What I will say is, in our goals, is on page 3, under key actions, it says create and present the 2024 city budget with a municipal tax rate change at or near 2%. So there were no alarm bells going off in my head when we didn't end up having those conversations. But, you know, I'm always willing to have a conversation to reduce. I don't want to pay more taxes. I do know inflation has been very difficult. I have to tell you, I walk around personally in City Hall 3 times a week. I know Delia and many others are there. City Hall, some of the furniture is falling apart. And our employees work incredibly long hours, and not all the facilities are up to, working, up to what it should look like. So I just wanted to say that if there's ever a time that you feel that you're not being heard, I think it's really important to come and talk to me. And when we spoke after the BOSC meeting, I just thought we were in a good place. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I wrote, sorry.
No.
Somebody squeak?
No, go ahead.
I mean, basically, I made sure that as soon as I heard something, that something was changing, I emailed the appropriate people. I never got responses from that. I said, hey, decisions are being made outside of this committee. You need to involve your chair. I got a letter back after that. So it basically was, that's the problem with, that's the problem with not being in the loop as the chair, is that you don't get to help structure this budget. And I can tell you, last year I was, and I don't want to say that it was because of who I am or what party I was in, but when others around me are getting that information and the chair's not, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Sorry, Councilman Miniger, what specifically, what emails are you talking about, and what else were you not in the loop about other than the? Can you give specific examples? I just don't know. I have no idea what you're mentioning. The 2 cops, and then the facility.
Sorry, is there?
I just want to know specifics, because it sounds like, and I apologize if there was something. If you give me specific examples, I can maybe, if I was involved, then would like to address them.
Sure, I mean, I can read the emails. Is that fun? Is that a fun time for
Like
everybody
what
here?
committee, what committee and what position, what was not included or
I emailed the
transparent?
everyone on every committee, and I said, hey, send me everything that you have that involves a request to City Administrator Rogers or Council President Lisa Allen that is a direct request to change this budget, because I know that that's been happening, and I would like that to be part of the Finance Committee, because without that, the chair is not involved. That was the essence of my email.
All right.
I'll save you 3 minutes of reading it.
Yeah, I just want to say this. We sat in meetings week after week, and I thought we had, I thought the meetings were really great. We had a lot of dialogue. There was nothing, no indication that there was, that you were unhappy with that in our meeting. So I want to move on beyond this and just know that that certainly wasn't the intent. So does anybody else want, because I want to be able to get to the public too.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. I'll start with some points on the budget, and I'll continue on to share my opinion. So, first, tax levies for schools and the county are both growing this year, 2.9% and 1.4% respectively. Second, considering the growth in the value of the property in Summit by nearly $82 million, the decrease in debt obligation year over year, and the relatively slow growth of expenses like healthcare costs, this year had the potential to maintain services without an increase, or this significant an increase, in the city portion of the taxes. Third, despite this positive trending, and despite beginning in such a strong position, Council is proposing near the maximum increase in taxes that is being done to pay for an increase in operational spending, an increase in capital spending, and to maintain reserves. Now for my opinion, and let me be perfectly clear. I am supportive of increasing the size of the police force. When the chief of police asks for resources, I trust that he needs them, and those requests should be granted. But in doing so, council needed to say no to other things and make the word of the night trade-offs. Council needed to say no to adding the other full-time positions. Council needed to find other areas of the budget to decrease operational spending to offset those additions. I don't see where that was done. Next, I understand that there are certain capital projects that can no longer wait, that are absolute necessities. But not all of the projects in this capital budget meet that high standard. Spending thousands of dollars to replace a wall on private property, spending thousands of dollars to decrease the number of parking spaces in the K-lot behind CVS are prime examples of that. In a year like this, council need not maintain such high reserves in both the general fund and the reserve for uncollected taxes when we have one of the best tax collection rates around. Finally, at $19,000 for the average household, this was not the year to raise our municipal portion of the taxes this much. At this time, this budget is simply unaffordable, and I can't support it.
I'm sorry, people are like laughing out loud.
So,
Is this?
Yeah, so there was a couple comments that I'm trying to keep track of here, so I look like a crazy person. But I just want to say I agree with Councilman Boyer, and that I hope our words and our actions match on affordable housing. And I want to know, I hope that I can be a partner. I want you to know, I hope I can be a partner in that. I want to say, I don't know what the City Hall furniture, there's no City Hall furniture in the capital budget, right? This year?
No.
So I don't know what the point was about the
I'm saying if-
furniture at City Hall. I'll continue on with a couple of things. The inflation stuff. So the increase in spending in this budget way outpaces inflation or growth in CPI. CPI is not relevant. Inflation is not really relevant because the city's part of cooperative purchasing agreements for commodities and other materials that make our pricing better. It's not those things that are driving the cost in the budget. I think I'll leave it. There right now. Maybe I'll talk about ignoring parks and playgrounds for a minute. This budget only has an additional $250,000 for playgrounds as well, which I think is a reflection of priorities as well. But when things are, I think it's just odd that we have to defend not spending more money in previous years, right? And I didn't, I think, anyway, I'll leave that there for now. I think zoning engineering have so much going on because of the tremendous investment that's being done in our community, and I think that's certainly something to be celebrated. I'm going to definitely have more to say in a minute, but I do think we should get to the community also.
Okay, I want to get to the community. We write it down, because it's getting late. Write it down. Okay. Well, I actually didn't get to everyone. Did you want to say anything, Councilman?
I just want, there's something that Councilman Vartan brought up about fund balance and reserve for uncollected taxes. Summit historically has built, there's a relationship between those two line items. Fund balance on the revenue side, revenue for uncollected taxes on the appropriation side. Yes, Summit has a fantastic collection rate. You guys pay your taxes. It's fabulous. I mean, really, it's a solid town, and Summit is certainly at the top of the tax collection rate. So the question is, why do we have such a large amount there? The municipal budget has been built for many decades around this replenishment. The reserve for uncollected taxes, this year $5 million. Look at last year, we didn't collect $300,000, so why are we budgeting $5 million? The fact is that replenishes your fund balance. That is used in the subsequent year as a revenue source to reduce what you're paying for in this municipal budget. It's essential. It has a symbiotic relationship. That's how it's been built. To disrupt that puts you in. It will structurally imbalance your budget. It happened about 9 years ago where some more fund balance was used, about $1.3 million, and the subsequent year, it's right around when I came, it changed the balance. We had to come up with those costs are built in. You need to find how, if you're going to reduce that fund balance use, which is what the intention was, you have to then change your reserve for uncollected taxes. And it was reduced by $1 million in 2016. So these things feed each other. You don't have a lot of excess in terms of operational revenues, also just unexpended balances from prior budget years. To build up the surplus we have this year, yes, it's $11.6 million, but you're using $8.2 million this year. So you have about 3.4 and change that's unrestricted. I'd like to see it larger. It's not sitting there being squirreled away like I've heard. I just think that it's one of these things where we need to be prudent. I think every organization would like to have, and personally, I think everybody would like to have excess monies that are there for budget years that sometimes you need more. I'd like to reduce that fund balance in our budget as a revenue source. Love to reduce the reserve for uncollected taxes, but there is a delicate balance there. And I think for us, we try to do our best. We try to use non-tax revenues to balance our budget. Yes, inflation has slowed down. There are still areas in liability insurance and other areas that are still growing at double-digit increases, and those are your larger increases. Salary and wage, we are below where a CPI number is. We've been for many years. I think we just need to understand that, and I just wanted to address it, and I'm not calling you out, Councilman Vartan, about it. I just want to educate the public about it. It's important that it's not looked upon where use more fund balance, reduce that appropriation, and give us a flat tax rate. Because next year, you're going to be hurting even greater. And that's what I don't want to see happen in Summit. So let's just try to keep that in mind.
Can we just have a quick discussion about
Hold
that?
on.
Yeah,
Wait 1 second. No, wait. Because Councilwoman Hamlet wanted to speak, and I said no. So I'm going to let her speak briefly, and then I will come back to you, because I do want to go to the public.
Well, regarding, thank you, Council President. Regarding Ashwood Court, Councilman Vartan, would you suggest that we go against our attorney's advice and complete the settlement agreement, or would you suggest further that we get into another lawsuit with Ashwood Court residents? What would be your suggestion to the $60,000 or so that we're spending on Ashwood Court?
So can I respond to both of those things?
Yes.
So first off, I've made it clear from my comments that I'm not supportive of doing that. I'm not supportive of that capital project or expending any more money on it. So that's number one.
Sorry,
Number
are you
number
okay
two-
with,
so
are you
please
okay
don't
with?
interrupt me.
Okay.
Please, thank you. Second is, so what changed between last year and this year is the schools and county levies are both going up, which council already knew when this budget was finalized, right? We already knew that. The general reserve fund also grew and is significantly larger than in previous years. The main difference is operating costs this year didn't grow outside of control of council. It's not like last year when healthcare costs went up more than 20%, right? And debt service went up by more than $1 million last year. Operating costs grew this year because of decisions made by council. We're adding these costs voluntarily. So, yeah, we need to consider the fact that operational costs are increasing and the amount that we reserve should be more for that reason, right? But it's a chicken and the egg thing, right? Because we wouldn't need to keep growing the reserve if we didn't keep growing the operating costs. So I just want to make that point. I don't think I'm disagreeing with you, and I don't think you were totally disagreeing with me. I'm just saying I think it's important for the context of the conversation.
Do you want to respond, Administrator Rogers?
Well, I think in terms of salary and wage increases, there's obligations we have. We have contractual obligations,
Yeah.
so they're growing, right?
Yeah.
In terms of other expenses in our municipal operation budgets, about 96% can be directly tied to about 9 areas of the budget, 9 line items, okay? Insurance, fleet maintenance, disposal charge, recycling, fire engine lease, fire hydrants, law litigation, and technology subscriptions and Board of Health. That makes up 96% of the a little over $1 million in other expense increases. So it's not as if there's just lavish spending throughout our budget and, you know, all the decisions we're making. These are providing the same essential services we provided year after year, and this is what happened this year. And we have to also remember that for the last 5 years or so, we have had the benefit of using a lot of reserve monies that we've had in just monies, whether it was the sale of municipal assets. We had $2.29 million in art funds that helped offset a lot of revenue loss. But millions of dollars that we have that we no longer have. We no longer have those reserves. So even though the size of appropriation increases are not what they were last year, those are 3 line items that were $2.4 million in increases. These are smaller, but these changes happen, and there's legitimate reasons that we have to provide for in these increases. So they're not really discretionary. I mean, we can make decisions not to pay insurance, or to fix our maintenance, or to pay for the litigation that we're paying, or for recycling collection. And I mean, so you know this. You've been on finance for a long time. You know these decisions and this budget, and we're not providing a budget that doesn't provide what the citizens of this city demand and expect, and the demands don't decrease. They just don't. The unfunded mandates don't decrease. So we try to provide the best budget. We go through this for months and months and months. There's a lot of discussions. There's no area where you're looking at a blind item going, why is that up $50,000? There is a valid explanation for all this. And the revenues are just not there anymore to support these appropriation increases like they were in previous budget years.
So can you just, for the benefit of the public, speak to some of the unfunded mandates that you're talking about?
Can we, we're now
Hold
going
on,
back and
Councilman
forth,
Boyd.
like,
Hold on.
question and answer.
I actually have a list of those from, I have a small list, unless you would like to speak about that, Administrator Rogers. This is an important point for when you're talking about employees and the amount of work. So you recognize, Councilman Vartan, that we have a tremendous amount of investment and growth in this town. And it's like having a family of 4 and still driving a 2-seater. Right? You can't have growth without having people to actually support them. And when we talk about burnout and we talk about work-life balance, we all want that. I would hope that we would earnestly say to our city employees, who some of them live here and have as much pride in our town as we do, that we would actually say that our growth should be, some of our hiring should be commensurate with that growth. Going back to Schrager as an example, one person is doing 2 jobs and he's getting paid 1.5 jobs. And so unfunded mandates, is when you have a legislation that gets layered on top of the work, Pat, well, maybe you can even talk about that better than I can.
State mandate, no state pay. I
Right,
mean,
right.
they impose certain regulations that we have to abide by without funding them, so it's up to the city to pay for that, to expedite and implement those changes.
And even the recent COA with all the fees that are going to come down from the new affordable housing law, it touches tax, it touches finance, it touches Matt Delory's group, in which, under Director Schrager, in which he is a full-time person who works half-time for a to work on our affordable housing. And now that's actually going to grow into a full-time position over the next 6 months. And so I would say, what is the cost of burnout? Administrator Rogers.
Well,
did
I
you
mean,
wanna-
that goes to the point where there might not be, where, okay, this was, I mean, there's a couple areas, and it's not to say they're not worthy of doing. Recycling is an unfunded mandate. We're required to do it. There's a big cost to it, though. The access to public records in Oprah is a law. We have to provide everything and do everything possible. There is a big cost to that. There are just a number within each department. There are things that we do and handle that are unfunded laws. This is where this I think a lot of people they want to do the good thing, do the good work at the state level, and it all gets just dumped on municipalities, and the responsibilities and demands continue to grow every year. And here's the thing: we have not really hired personnel to address this. So there is burnout issues here with our personnel. And so we're finally trying to address some of this, and we haven't. There were plenty of other employment and staffing requests in other budgets that we did not fund or pursue. So there were trade-offs. There were things that we decided to take on this year and not take on. Every budget is a series of trade-offs. So I just want to point out that there's a small number of areas in our municipal operations that are going up. There are different type of increases. They're real. They're there. They're not excessive, and they're not just wants. They're needs.
Mm-hmm. And just to say, if you look at page 10 on the presentation, the financial summary totals, the general fund increase last year. Wait, I just misplaced it, sorry, was 4.9%. This year it was 3.8%. So the bigger jump was in our capital budget, which we're going to get to. But you can't say that there's no inflation with the city, because from 2003 to 2004, salaries automatically have step increases. They have COLA. They have, they automatically go up. So there's.
I don't think representing contractual obligations as inflation is really fair, though. That's not. I don't think that's. That's a contractual obligation. It's a different thing than.
And we have contractual obligations.
Well, of
Jesse,
course we
right?
do.
So-
But I want city staff to have what they need. I'm not suggesting we don't want to arm city staff with the resources that they need. I think it would also be great if City Hall staff could afford to live in Summit. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about affordability, right? And I mean, access to public records, we can pass along some of those costs to the people. If there's lawyer fees involved, we can pass along some of those costs. But I mean, there's an Oprah law being discussed in Trenton now. I mean, Council President, you work for Assemblywoman Nancy Munoz. Can we get some help with these unfunded mandates, right? And I mean.
Not until we're in the majority.
Okay, I mean.
Well, if anybody watches the New Jersey budget, we're going to move on. I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on. Because we need to go to the
real quick,
Council.
2 quick things.
I'd like 2 seconds, all right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Councilman Boyer.
I've been, we do need like a little decorum up here. I mean, this back and forth is just killing me. I just want to put something to bed, right? Because, I'm really excited about the next budget. Coming into office in 4 months, this budget process actually started last year in August 2023. Right. The departmental heads, they submit the budget in October. From November to mid-December, there's discussions in the various committees about the budgets. There's a workshop in December about the budget. And then we come into office in January, And the binder's already really there. It's already put together almost, right? I mean, listen, the departments have everything that they're submitting you something already. They've taken several months to put stuff together and say, hey, this is our proposal for the budget. My thing is, it's after we pass this council, the people that were just elected, this is a year for us to actually start fresh, work with the departments at the beginning and say, what are your ideas? Here's our ideas. Here's what we would like to have happen for next year. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, like, you were a part of the whole budget process in 2023. We just came in here and it's like, oh, well, look what y'all did. Y'all raised taxes. Look at all of this stuff. I mean, you knew about this last year. I mean, this next budget, to be honest, I mean, is the budget where we all sit down and we chart out a really strong, conservative budget for next year. This stuff has already been in here for a year already.
Yeah,
that's
crazy baloney. No, I have to respond to that.
Councilman Vinegar, Vartan, sorry.
Both of us together are
I
vinegar.
know.
Vinegar, did you hear that?
It's getting late and we really have to get to
Yeah, I know, but we gotta talk about that. I mean, we have to talk about that.
No. We are going to have plenty of dialogue and opportunity. We are going to the public. I am shutting this down. Write it down. Please write it down.
I got it.
And we're going to go to the public. Who would like to come? I would like to open it up to the public. Who would like to come up first?
Peter LaJoy, 124 Canoe Brook Parkway, Summit, New Jersey. It's become very apparent to me that now we are entering the silly season of politics, where we have two council people that are taking a very simple and adequate budget and trying to turn it into folly. I think the folks at home should pay attention to the fact that the card that was sent out was totally false and fallacious. And if you look at your very own budget from 2023, Kevin already stated it. You put through a 1.1% estimated increase in total tax bill on the average homeowners. This budget is putting a 0.9% increase. Stop playing politics with a good town. Okay? This people want to live in this city. We support this city. There are hundreds of kids playing sports. Okay, you want to cut something significantly? Close the municipal pool. Close the muni. This is nonsense. Okay, we have a parking garage that needs capital work. Okay, let me ask you something. You want to talk about bringing on expenses? What has Union County, controlled by the Democrats, given to Summit? You were so interested in getting into the circle of care. Well, if Union County was doing what Bergen County was doing, which was managing it at the county level, we wouldn't have this issue. But no, let's bring it home to Summit. Let's increase the responsibilities in areas where the city has no responsibility. So quite frankly, I've looked at this budget. I've looked at every line. And quite frankly, there is not substantial change. We need those police. I have watched for 40 years improvements done and not managed. And I think Mr. Rogers is absolutely correct to have a facilities manager. And I'm just tired of what is an early politicization of this budget. And Mr. Miniger, you know what? When these two ladies were in the minority, they didn't hear anything until the night before. So I don't really, you can cry all you want, but I don't want to hear the politics anymore. I'm tired of it. This is a good budget. Pass it.
Name and address, please.
Good evening, Don Nelson, 20 Plain Street. I'm just baffled by what's going on here.
you know, we talk about we want Summit to be the best, we want Summit to be the GOAT. I'm not a numbers guy at all. Very simple things. You walk around downtown, there's electrical outlets that are broken, that belong to the city. Huge liability. The towns, you know, we complain about garbage. Who goes out in the morning and visits their garbage men at 6:30 in the morning? Those guys work their butts off. Do we even talk about that? Stress? That's the thing we have to think about. It's the quality of life issues that bother me. There used to be a guy that would wake up 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, he would blow downtown with a leaf blower until somebody complained it was too loud. You talk to the guy downtown, he loved his job. Did we replace him? No. Somewhere along the line, somebody decided it was too expensive to have a guy clean downtown who's probably making $10, $12 an hour. Our landscapers make more than that. I don't have a landscaper, I cut my own grass. But my point is, people move to Summit for the quality of life, safety, education, proximity to New York, in a roundabout way, Overlook Hospital. It's not a Summit entity, I mean, it's not a Summit, we don't pay for that through our taxes, but it's here. It's here because Summit's Summit. It was here for a reason. All that stuff is what we all pay for. That's why we live here. So if it costs, look, I'm not a fixed income. I'm retired from the fire department. I'm not a gazillionaire. But I'm willing to pay extra for extra police, which we're not arguing about. But what about that guy that used to clean downtown Summit? What about the guy that used to take care of the city hall, water the plants? Those are all jobs that we got rid of that aren't here anymore. And that's the quality. Someone said it to me a couple of weeks ago. They moved to Summit because things are taken care of. They don't have to worry about their garbage being picked up. They don't have to worry about the police department because it's a quality police department. They don't worry about the fire department because it's a quality fire department. When I was on a negotiation committee for the fire department many moons ago, an old city administrator said to me, when we tried to cut starting salaries, he said, no, we want quality people and we have to pay them. And yeah, maybe that affects our taxes, but at the end of the day, that's why you're here. You want quality services. So this arguing back and forth about I didn't get information, and you guys were on the friggin' budget committee. If you're the chairman, step up and say, hey, what's going on? Right? Put your foot down. Look, I'm the chairman. I want to know what the heck's going on. Otherwise, bow out. So you want to run it, and then you have no responsibility. But step up. Be a council person. Be the chairman. Do your job. We voted you in for a reason. Look, I'm not the smartest guy in the shed, the sharpest tool in the shed, but you got to do your job. Thank you.
Thank you for your vote.
I know it's a passionate night. I just want to make sure we all treat each other with respect. Thank you.
I'm trying not to be passionate.
No, I know.
Good evening. I'm Claire Toth at 11 Sunset Drive. And unlike many people, I really like budgets. I have a law degree, Master's of Law in Tax. I worked for the U.S. Treasury Department. I spent years as a financial planner. I've been the treasurer of the Summit Educational Foundation.
Could she have a couple seconds back because there's a loud conversation in the back? Mr. LaJoy is talking loud enough for us to hear him up here.
Okay,
let's start
I'll
over.
keep going. I was the treasurer of the Summit Educational Foundation and Summit Downtown. And in all of those roles, I created budgets, I reviewed budgets, and I implemented budgets. So overseeing and passing the city's budget is the most important responsibility Common Council undertakes each year. As you've noted, the budget is a statement of what council leadership values and prioritizes, and what it envisions for our city. And in overseeing the budget, council leadership must look at the big picture, make the difficult decisions, and coordinate the wants of the various city departments with what's in the residents' best interest to create a coherent, affordable whole. And I believe this council, unfortunately, has not done that important job this year. It's expensive to live in Summit. It's expensive to own or to rent a house, to buy groceries, to support a family, and ultimately to retire in Summit. And I've heard complaints from my neighbors about the tax increase that's headed our way. It's the largest increase in a decade. And so I want to share my primary takeaway from this proposed budget. When comparing last year's preliminary capital budget requests with the 2024 proposed budget, it appears departments mostly got what they requested. And that sounds positive, but it comes with a downside for Summit's residents. Because a major danger with a budget this size and with an organization as complex as City Hall is that decisions get made in silos without looking at the budget as a big picture. And that, I think, it looks like that is what has happened here. Aligning the budget with the big picture is council leadership's job. The proposed budget reads as if that leadership has not been exercised, because leadership does come with hard choices. And with this budget, it reads like instead of making those choices, just about everything from the wish list got granted. Council ought to deliver a budget that treats our taxpayers with respect. In a year with significant increase in the value of property within the city, as we've noted, and that increases revenue on its own, there's an opportunity to deliver taxpayers some relief. And council should go back to the drawing board because our neighbors deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Carol Pack-Tang, 234 Summit Avenue. So I'm here to comment on the budget. I have 3 young daughters, and I really plan to live here a long time. I'm very concerned about some of the line items in this budget, and as was brought up multiple times, you know, it is getting more expensive to live, period, in this country, and especially in this town. You know, like, looking at this, my question is it really the best time to have these increases in this year that is historically known to be a harder year on people's wallets? And that is the main concern of so many people all around the state, and especially in a town like Summit where it's so expensive to come here to live. As President Allen noted multiple times about the inflation, you know, we are all feeling it, no matter where we sit on the socioeconomic ladder here in Summit. Secondly, if you are going to be doing the increase in spending, you know, we have to look at where it's occurring. The word trade-off was made multiple times tonight, and where is the trade-off? One of the trade-offs that I noticed as a family with young kids and their friends, and they want to go play, one of the trade-offs I'm clearly noticing is that the proposed preliminary budget in December had a budget for Tatlock Playground proposed of $500,000. This budget now that was put forth in April is only $250,000. So one of the trade-offs that you guys decided to make was in the infrastructure of something that is going to pull in young families to this town. So, you know, I really urge you to hold off on voting and to amend the budget and look at one of these critical items that's very important to so many people in this town, and one of the big reasons that increases the quality of living for young families to this town, and something that people definitely looking to move here are looking at, you know, for the opportunity for their kids and the education. Thank you.
Will Von Klemperer, 156 Colonial Road. Thank you for all the work on the budget. And I agree, this is a policy statement. It's well said. It involves choices. So I have an inquiry. You all have the facts. How much money is in the proposed budget for the city's safety and health relative to environmental factors? I'm thinking of things like, is there money for monitoring and testing chemicals that landscapers spray on lawns around town, or chemicals that the city itself uses in its operations? Before the next Sandy storm, it will hit, there'll be another one. Will Summit have done the investment to be ready with solar panels and generators to power the street and the traffic lights and to keep the important buildings in downtown operating? Would we be ready? You have to do this in advance, as you know. Is there financing for an ongoing changeover of city vehicles and equipment to low pollution models? Clean air is everything. I'm with the middle school students who are here. They can add to this list. Some of you get guidance at home on this subject. These investments in far-sighted municipalities, this sort of investment, are priorities. And I hope our city is 21st century reality-based, whether we like the reality or not, and I hope we're science-based. You talk about an unfunded mandate, storms, changes in climate, there ain't no choice. So I understand how items under this heading might be spread around, be in different departments. So I'm asking you, please, can you name some, can you somehow group them for us, even in an informal list of the total monies that you've chosen? It's a policy statement in the budget for the next year for Summit's safety and health relative to environmental factors. I'm here to listen.
We're going to keep going. We'll answer the questions after.
I will look forward to that. No formal structure required, because as I say, this is something usually spread around a budget. I would like to know what we're doing, because this is kind of a no-choice item. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to give the clerk your statement?
I will clean it up and give it.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Rick Whipple from 30 Garden Road. Thank you, Administrator Rogers. I thought some of your explanations there about the unfunded, the uncollected tax reserves and the unfunded, unrestricted cash were very helpful, and I thought that back and forth was very informative to me. I did think, at work we have a lot of programs that I help manage, and the contingency is always the wild card that people get to, play games with. It's not transparent. People just do things. There's not line items in the budget. And I think that one of the things that happened in the budget this year was that the unrestricted cash increased. I think it was 20% last year, and it went up to 30%. So that, to me, is increasing the contingency that you can use for, the unfunded mandates and things like that, but also kind of leaves, kind of takes some transparency out, because it's money that's not line itemed to things in the budget that kind of concerns me in general, process-wise and transparency-wise. So I guess my questions are there any specific risks that we have in mind that we would need this additional unrestricted cash for, or are there any potential usages that have been talked about beyond risks? And then the second question is, how does the dollar values compare to, say, what we had in 2020 and that we needed to use at all during COVID, which was, I think, a pretty big unfunded expectation, and how we had to deal with that. So I like everybody's talking about how the budget reflects our values, but then as a community, but then the unfunded, these unspecified funds don't really reflect the values. They're just kind of this wild card pot that leaves us a little bit concerned. So those are my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hold on one second. Administrator Rogers, I'm wondering if maybe we should answer some of these questions as we go, to your point, because I don't want to.
The first question that was asked by the gentleman about safety and health relative to the environment, that might take a little more work and analysis. So I will not be able to provide an answer on that tonight. The unrestricted cash is we cannot spend that without approval from the council for some emergency purpose. That would be the only time we would tap into that. It's there. It will sit in our fund balance. If there's a situation where there's emergency cash because we have spent all of what has been authorized in this budget at the end of the year and we need additional cash to cover some expense, then there's an emergency appropriation that's done. It would come from that unrestricted cash. There's no plan to spend it. It is purely just sitting in the fund balance as cash, and that's what it will remain.
Is it gaining interest?
Yes.
Okay.
4%.
And if we borrow it, we'd have to replenish it at some point.
Yeah, I mean, what happens is in that instance, if you were spending from that and it was an emergency appropriation, it becomes a deferred charge in your subsequent budget. So you would actually have to pay yourself back that money.
Right. And if you have a bad year and you have a revenue.
Right, I mean, and COVID, during the pandemic, it wasn't a question in our municipal budget, it was parking services utility that saw a dramatic decrease in revenue, and that's when we had to take out an $885,000 note. That was a special emergency. Many municipalities with parking utilities or authorities were faced with the same situation. We weren't collecting revenue that year for 4 months or so, and millions of dollars lost. So that was essential, and we had to do that, and we're still paying that back. We had 5 years, pay that back, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Andrew McCurdy, Parkview Terrace. My comment is about issues with lack of transparency and lack of explanation for the increase in the size of city government proposed by this budget. I'll take, for example, the police force, the proposal to expand the police force by 2 full-time officers, which is a significant personnel decision for a force of this size. Summit is a desirable place to be an officer, so we can expect these officers to retire here 25 years later. So the first question is what's the estimated cost of that over the tenure of the police officer? Based on the numbers that have been thrown around today, it sounds like it's in the millions. As someone who's worked in law enforcement for almost a decade, I understand the importance of police. Maybe we need to expand the force, maybe we don't. My issue is I don't have enough information to come to a conclusion on that. There has never been a discussion of a robust analysis publicly about what these officers will do or the need for them, and comparing it to alternatives. There wasn't a single statement about it at the city council meeting proposing the budget. In the entire 400-some page budget, there is not one sentence explaining why we need to increase the police force. Apparently there's a letter from the chief. I don't know why that's not made public. That would be helpful for the public out here trying to evaluate our city's budget. So that lack of transparency is disappointing and frustrating. So if I'm trying to read between the lines, I would have actually said the reason for the increase is because calls for service increased a lot last year. And reading through that, it's actually not 911 calls that went up or emergency calls, it's public service calls. I didn't know what that was, I Googled it. Those are routine, non-emergency, low priority calls. So my question on that is that the reason why we need to expand the force? And how is it that those number of calls went up by 6,000 last year? Or is it just that we're keeping statistics that we didn't keep before? But what I heard tonight is it sounds like the justification for increasing the force is to combat burglaries, auto thefts, and actually fight crime. So my question there is what would these officers or additional officers be doing specifically in that regard? I don't know that was answered. And also, why isn't overtime a more viable and flexible and efficient alternative? Based on the numbers that were thrown around, if the police went over overtime budget by $156,000 last year and it costs $87,000 for 2 officers, it's still cheaper to do overtime, and it preserves the flexibility for the future rather than committing ourselves to pay full-time physicians for the next 25 years. So my comment overall is about process, transparency, and I just hope in the future that the city will be a little more forthcoming with the justifications. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chief, did you want to talk about the hiring? Or I know, Tammy, you have the cost. Do you want to talk about any of the costs related to hiring?
So in this budget, we have 2 police officers. I think we've talked about this quite a few times tonight. Usually they're coming over at a step 2 from another department. So they're coming over at a salary of about $57,000. The employer is not paying a portion of their pension for 2 years. So I did an internal document, what I would consider a work paper, that costed it out over 10 years. And it does grow because they grow in steps.
Mm-hmm.
But in the first 2 years, the employer is not paying a share of their pension. They're paying it. There's healthcare costs. Typically, I mean, it just depends on who you get. Some come in with families, some come in single. I can't really predict that, but I took an average. So it grows over time, as with any police officer that we hire.
Okay. Chief, one thing, I've talked to several police officers. In terms of overtime, I can understand that balance between hiring and the longer term expense of having actual police officers paid versus.
Not me.
Is there anyone that would like to turn that off? And so versus it seems cheaper to have them on, as overtime. But my experience in talking to the police officers is at some point, they're like, I can't work 80 hours a week. You can only do so much overtime. So that was just kind of my anecdote for you, Andrew. But Chief, do you want to talk about overtime and that cost and the balance that we're going to strike hiring 2 police officers?
Well, like you were saying, in the short term, that the overtime does take care of the business that we need to take care of. But over time, it takes its toll on the officer. There are times when you're constantly using overtime that you have the overtime funds, but you don't have the officer, a healthy officer to work the shift that you want to cover. I'm trying. What else were you asking on? You said the burnout.
Yeah, I've just heard, I've spoken with some of the police officers, and they were saying that the overtime is really high, and they're like, you know what, we don't mind doing overtime for short periods of time, but when it becomes part of a lifestyle of overtime, you just burn out your...
Well, and a lot comes with that, not just like it's unhealthy for the officer, it becomes dangerous, they're less productive. Again, no, initially, it's a good way to take care of a problem. Last year, I think Councilman Boyle went over the success we had by deploying the extra officers using the overtime. It's just not sustainable over a long period of time.
Right.
After time, they get run down, and they're not producing the results that they would produce if they,
Councilman Boyer, do you want to?
Can I just ask Administrator Rogers a question? I know this may give you nightmares sometimes, right? With overtime, because you want fixed costs, like costs at the end of the day you're gonna have money for, and sometimes overtime costs run over, right? And I mean, at some point you want to get to a sustainable police force where you may not have $380,000 of overtime that you have to find somewhere. I mean, you want to talk about some of those challenges?
I certainly want to live with what we budget for in any line item in any department. When you see those numbers grow even $50,000, and last year it was greater than $100,000 plus, it has to come from somewhere within your budget. And that's why you need a little bit, you start to pull from other areas that you may have projected a certain amount and it didn't turn out. So that's where you start seeing transfers at the end of the year. We were fortunate to have those monies, but if you don't, that's when you start to go into your unrestricted funds, because there's a need for emergency authorization for appropriation. So I don't like to see that. And when you start to see that, you have to seriously question what is going on in that department. And I think just last year was a particularly difficult year for the police department and all the issues they were facing in the community, which I won't rehash. But it does happen. It's happened in the fire department. It's happened in other areas, roads, when we're doing, we have heavy winters, snowstorms. I mean, those happen, but you have to plan for that. You don't like to see it happen in any great amounts, but for the police department, I think I certainly support what the chief was requesting. How we've analyzed this, there was a greater number requesting, so we were able to manage for 2 additional hires. So I get the flexibility with using overtime to support your staff, but it isn't sustainable. You think that people they just want to earn more money, and that's not the case. They have families, they have a personal life. They don't want to be working all the time. They love the community, they love working here, but they also need a personal life, and it certainly impacts their family negatively. We need additional staffing for that reason.
And last thing, through you, Council President, Chief Zagorski, what people don't sometimes think about is the pedestrian safety issues, the traffic violations, the speeding. We've been in safety committee meetings, and maybe half of our list are residents calling and asking for Lieutenant Daly and yourself to conduct, speeding violations on certain streets. And how many patrolmen do you have in your traffic bureau? Right? Are you down in your traffic bureau? Would that help you in terms of pedestrian safety?
Yes, and that was part of the proposal that I wrote in the letter. We're facing two problems that resulted in an increased workload. It was the increase in the property crimes, and it was the significant increase in the aggressive driving that you see in town, the traffic violations, the pedestrian violations. I don't have any stats in front of me to show how much they went up, but anybody that has been up in the center of our town for more than 10 minutes, I mean, they can see what's going on there as far as the traffic issues. So that is part of it. We've been talking about the crime issue, but that is a significant part of it, is the public's concerns over the traffic and safety issues. And if I could just add, with the overtime, most of the overtime normally is used to fund minimum shift levels when officers are off, or unfortunately when they're often out injured, work-related injuries. This overtime, the $146,000 in overtime, that was needed to go because even at optimal strength levels, we couldn't handle the workload that was being thrown at us. So it wasn't a matter of just getting the minimum out there to have a safe patrol force. This was something that we felt we had to do to address the problems that we were having and the concerns of the city. So that overtime was used to put out additional officers. So with the two officers that you're proposing, that will enable us, give us more flexibility to increase our minimum manpower on specific shifts, specifically where we were having the problems on the overnight. It also allows us to address a lot of those traffic issues that we were talking about as well.
I might be wrong. Did we have to transfer money when there were a lot of break-ins happening towards the end of last year? There was a lot of patrols happening. Did we have to transfer funds as an emergency because we had so much overtime?
We took them unfortunately from other places, yes.
Okay.
I didn't take them, he took them.
You took it from the fire department. Sorry, Chief Evers.
I know, poor Chief Evers.
It was the DCS. It was the DCS roads unit, right, primarily. But to the question though, Andrew McCurdy's question, right? It sounded like there's an issue overnight, but then there's also an issue during the day. So are the officers being added to the overnight shift, or are they being added to
In my initial proposal, I had asked for 4 officers, and the plan was with 4 officers to add 2 to the regular shift, to add 1 into traffic, and to 1 into the community policing bureau. But after evaluate, with the 2 officers, we came up with a plan where we want to address the concerns of the public. What happens a lot of times, we have 4 sectors in our town that we have officers patrolling. Those officers, they're presented with many responsibilities. We try to have them do some of these proactive measures, with the residential patrols, to deal with the property crimes, to address areas where there's the traffic problem. The issue is that they often get pulled away from that to take service calls. What we found when we were using the overtime and the precision patrols was we would put these overtime patrols out there exclusively to take care of specific problems. They weren't taking radio calls. The area cars were addressing the calls for service. They were specifically targeting areas of problem. So what we talked about with these two new officers were that they will work, hand in hand with patrol, but they would be a hybrid type of officer where they're the fixers. They're the ones that we're going to put, when the public has a problem, we get them all the time. We get the calls, pedestrian complaints of not using for pedestrians in certain areas and stuff. So we're going to use these officers just to focus on these problem areas. We were using those precision patrols to patrol specific areas at specific times that that our analysis showed that we were having some of these problems with the crime. We're going to use those officers. Basically, we're going to use the officers that you're giving us the way we use the officers, doing precision patrols with the overtime. That's how we're going to utilize them.
Yeah, like, for example, we just got an email today. A resident says, hey, people are running stop signs between 6 and 8 when we get off the train in Jersey Transit. Can you send a patrol car over there to enforce, right? That would be an example of...
Correct. And right now, like, we will use our area cars to take on those assignments. But as they're on that assignment, they're getting pulled away on a service call. So, but there are down times where they could take care of those problems as well. But we want to use the additional officers to exclusively hyper-focus on these problems.
Councilman Miniger, you've been so patient.
Yes. So I was just going to provide the number that I did have from CFO Baldwin's spreadsheet. I just added up the bottom lines. It's for 10 years, one police officer, and it does take into consideration like starting at step one, like they're fresh out of police academy. Certain inflators with health insurance, dental insurance, and pension. It's $1,400,000. That's the total of 10 years. And that's everything in. That's everything. Salary, body armor, equipment, stuff like that.
Starting in year 2?
No, that's starting year 1. That includes, so I know there's pensions not included until year 3, but we have, the first 2 years salary there too.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
I just
Councilman
have a comment.
Smalley.
So,
Sure.
I'm assuming that's compounded, Councilman Miniger?
I would need to defer to.
Because, I mean...
It's all right. They're answering the
Okay.
question about the cost.
Okay. That's not, in 10 years, that officer's getting $1 million. Right. Correct.
Through you, Council President.
I can confirm that.
That's the cost of everything that goes, the pension, the health insurance that the city pays on his behalf, body armor in the first year, and then uniform allowances throughout the 10 years. So it's definitely not what the officer's making.
Right. That's over a 10-year period of time.
Right. I think
Everything,
I don't have it
employee
on hand, but
benefits.
Councilman Miniger has the top salary there, just in the salary line in year 10.
Yeah, 111.
Yeah.
Year 10.
Yeah. So just to comment on the officers that are working overtime, and it doesn't even include during the school season, if a crossing guard calls in sick, it's usually replaced by a police officer.
Yes, we get help from the parking enforcement officers as well, but that is a burden that we take on because it's one of the most important things that we do.
Right. So increasing pedestrian safety, and I believe you mentioned earlier, one of the reasons you had officers in areas patrolling because of car thefts and home break-ins, which were not. Those officers were not able to do traffic violations in our downtown. I mean, I spoke with a police officer and I asked a question because I was curious. I was on Union Place and someone made an illegal U-turn, and the police officer was coming down Summit Avenue, and I was curious why wouldn't they stop him? And the comment back was, a lot of times we can't stop a traffic violation because we're on a service call.
Correct.
And so for me, that's a safety issue. And I didn't see your letter, but based on what you said, you'd requested 4 officers, and I believe you got 2.
Correct.
So I believe that.
Well, not yet.
Well, hopefully you'll get 2. So in my mind, that's a trade-off. If you're asking as the chief of police for 4 officers to do your job, and you're only you're only getting 2, to me, that's a trade-off.
Thank you. Okay. Diego.
Good evening. Diego Hoyk, 9 Court. Michael Rogers' job includes preparing a budget that reflects the wishes of the council majority. This year's wishes can be summarized thusly. Taxes are increasing, the city squirrels away cash in swelling reserves, and capital and operational spending both grow a lot. This council is making a choice to raise taxes. Reassessments will bring $3.6 million into our coffers this year. This number alone would be the largest tax levy increase in at least 10 years. But this doesn't seem to be enough for this council. Another $1.2 million is being raised by taxing all of us whose properties were not reassessed. In contrast, the Raiders administration lowered the tax rate in 2020, 21, and 22. Our already large reserves keep growing. The general fund beginning balance of $11.7 million is at an all-time high, but it is not being used to lower taxes or retire debt. Why? Why squirrel away another $1.5 million into a savings account and out of the pockets of the taxpayers? This is yet another choice to raise taxes. In terms of appropriations, the number tells a story of runaway government spending instead of focused investment in public safety. Compared to 2023 actuals, municipal appropriations are up a mind-blowing 8.2%. Half of this hike is due to a $1.4 million increase to community services and general government, which increased 15% and 24% respectively. 10 new employees are being added to the payroll, 5 of them pensionable, an expense the city will bear for decades, and that's the number in the book. In contrast, the $485,000 investment in public safety, while material, seems quite reasonable. Like kids in a candy store, this council plans to double the municipal capital budget this year to $4 million, then more than double it again to $10 million in 2025 and $8 million in 2026. In contrast, capital for sewer improvements is being cut dramatically. Why are we choosing to disinvest in critical infrastructure to pay for an athletic field and a bunch of paving projects? Notably, there seem to be no resources for outdoor dining, clean energy investments, or improvements to the soccer fields, baseball diamond, or flooding at Memorial Field. Finally, the debt to pay for the new firehouse was issued in 2021. Since that moment, our municipal net debt has actually decreased by $7 million. Facts matter. The firehouse is not driving this bloated budget, and it's important for our community to understand that. Your campaign motto was Together for Summit. Now that you're in office, it seems to have morphed into spend, baby, spend. Thank you.
Can you just clarify one point, Diego? You said we're hiring 10 employees?
Yeah, between part-time and full-time, yes.
Okay.
If you give me the time, I can actually give you the page number in the PDF.
Council President, I'm happy to respond.
Oh, yeah, we'll respond to that. Go ahead, Councilwoman Hamlin.
Yes. Administrator Rogers, would you like to do the honors, or would you like me to do it? So we can talk about the administration, the fire department, the UCC, DCS, the police department, or the sewer utility. Do you want to take the left hand, and I'll take the right hand?
You can start. I'm not sure where you want to go.
So in administration, Diego, we changed a temporary part-time communications officer specialist to permanent part-time communications specialist. That's been in the works for quite a long time. Fire department, Chief, would you like to come up and talk about your changes? We had a full-time lieutenant, fire subcode official retired. Do you want to? You can probably do it better. Okay. We've talked.
All right. So we've acknowledged that there's since 2023 to 2024, there's an increase of 5 full-time employees. I'll go over this again. The part-time, we had per diems in our sanitation department, and it's been there for a number of years, but it just was becoming unsustainable to function. For operationally to try to just call somebody in hours before they have to go on a shift was just not working anymore. So the 3 per diems we've converted into part-time. It's just a salary. It had no impact to our budget financially. They don't have any benefits. That was part of the change. That's 3 positions, part-time positions. There was a change in, and I can give you the slide of page 33, slide 33 in our budget. I've gone through this. So it's not to say that we've hired 10 employees is not, it's not a fair representation. Some we've converted from part-time to full-time. I went over that. We started in the fire department last year. These are changes in 2023. We had one lieutenant who was was one employee full-time. We split the salary in the Uniform Construction Code, which is a trust, and we had half of the salary in the fire department. So we counted that person as a 0.5 FTE, an FTE, and 0.5 in UCC. And when that employee retired, we hired a new full-time. That was sort of net from a personnel standpoint. But then we went, in our UCC, we hired a full-time position to replace that fire subcode official. We changed a lead inspector who was hired in 2023. We had a dire need in our code enforcement, so that position became a part-time to full-time position. He's still a lead inspector, but also a code inspector. There's a list of this. So the part I'm trying to just articulate here is that we're talking about positions that were per diem that are now part-time, and then we removed a part-time maintenance DCP maintenance worker. That's no longer. So there's a series of change. Yes, the net impact is 10. That's absolutely true. But I just want to clarify that three of those positions were per diems that are now part-time, but there was no financial impact to that budget.
My concern is with the pension. My concern is both with the growth. It went from my screen just went out from 202 to 212.
Mm-hmm.
Full-time 177 to 182. Those are pensionable. That means that all else equal, they will command. They will mean an increase in our pension obligations long term.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes to some of the things that were said earlier about making choices. Everything you're saying, Michael, makes a lot of sense. But the question is, where was the effort made to decide, well, this maybe we'll do it next year, this maybe we'll not do it this year? I don't see any of that. And frankly, the employee portion of the budget, I spoke about a lot of other things, and I think that I have a lot of concerns. It's not just the number of pensionable employees, but the fact is that we're adding 5 new pensionable employees to the city ledger, but for whatever reason, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Every year.
Diego, I can't have you back and forth.
Yeah.
No,
So I just want to.
Sorry, I
Okay.
understand. Yeah.
That's right.
Thank
So
you.
as far as personnel goes, every year we've managed our staffing totals to the best of our ability. Whether we've operated, it's fluctuated, part-time, full-time. We have done what we've had. We have done the best we could possibly do on our respective departments. And every year we're being asked to do more and more. And there is definitely a breaking point in our organization. There's morale issues. There are just the demands continue to grow. So at some point, nobody wants to ever be in a budget year where you need to increase personnel. Just because of this thing that, of course, there's all these other associated costs, insurance, pension, but there is a service level expectation in this city that we're trying to provide and maintain, just to maintain, and it's getting harder and harder. So as much as technology, we try to utilize technology to reduce any need for personnel, we need bodies. We need people operating in our departments. So it's unfortunate where some of these changes happened last year. It's being reflected in the 2024 number. I've clearly explained this during our presentation before it was introduced, this budget, and what the changes were. So for just transparency reasons, a lot happened, and I needed to take some time. But I do understand the long-term financial impacts. But it is just to continue to provide the level of service that the city requires and also expects, and it requires people to do it.
Thank you.
I'll
Okay.
clean this up and send it to you.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Oh, Councilwoman Hamlet.
Administrator Rogers, can you just count the 5, because there's 2 can you just count the 5 full-time? 2 police officers, facilities manager. The firefighter was discussed, but we had to do that because.
Right, there was a staff assistant position that went from part-time to full-time, and that's in the sewer utility.
But that's not in, that's not counting.
Just for clarification or education purposes, our parking and sewer utilities are outside what we refer to as the municipal budget or general fund budget. So those are funded by user fees. Or not, your taxes are not impacted by those positions. However, we speak of everyone as a city organization. The utilities are a part of the city organization, so they are reflected in the city personnel.
So full-time personnel impacted by the taxpayer. How many exactly is that?
Full-time is 4 of those 5.
So 4.
Right.
4 is the number of full-time personnel. So that's 2 police officers, facilities manager, and then that would be the last one is the
sewer.
the full-time, no, that doesn't
No,
count.
that's well, it's actually in the UCC, so it's really 3 because that part-time went to a full-time, and the UCC is a trust fund, and that's also
Right, so-
that's all user fee
So
as well.
3 impact the taxpayer,
The
not
general
5.
fund and taxes, yes.
Right, so
correct.
3 full-time employees impact the taxpayer.
Right. And one of those, and just to clarify,
The
one of,
taxpayer's paying the sewer
Understand, but
utility, though.
Understand, but
Right.
we've all identified that we're treating that differently. We're talking about what's not covered by the sewer or the parking utility.
and one of the employees is from 2023.
Correct.
Right, okay, okay. Sorry, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Miguel Velez. I'm at 113 Mountain Avenue. I've been there since 1984. First came here from with Bell Labs as a department head, but my last 10 years were with the New York Times as the infrastructure manager. Now that's relevant to what I want to say. Just when I got to the New York Times, all the departments were feudal systems. Every department made their own budget for their computers, et cetera, and we either approved them or denied them. And some of the departments were buying new computers, while other departments had computers in the closet that weren't being used. One of the things I did was I took possession of all of the computers, integrated the whole thing, and I was able to balance back and forth. That's what I think somebody else has mentioned, that the budget needs a holistic view on the whole thing. Now, one of the things I want to say is strategically. You know, if your doctor tells you that you need to lose 10 pounds and you say, well, cut off my arm, well, he would label you a hostile patient if he saw you at all. That's, you know, somebody said that we should close the pool or no, we don't want to be a hostile patient. But we want to do is think strategically. Raising the budget, raising the taxes by any amount is going to hurt the seniors with an undue impact, okay? They generally have a planned budget, so any increase is unexpected. Now, seniors are an asset to the city, and I don't know if you're taking that into consideration. Seniors are great volunteers for our boards. Seniors are great as teachers, substitute teachers. Seniors could be council candidates, but maybe you don't want that. Anyway, council candidates, and also every time a senior stays in the home longer, you're not filling the classrooms with new students, right? So if a senior stays 10 years, that's 10 years that you don't have new kids in the classroom, which also gives the town a layer of experience to draw from, okay? The other thing that I haven't seen, I don't know if you're doing it, is combined funding. When Summit did the tennis courts at Tatlock, they were a lot of money, I think 600,000, but the Summit Tennis Association put in a substantial portion of that. I think it was 200,000. I don't see any partnership funding being proposed. I also don't see any environmental feasibilities for saving on fuel. Are you getting hybrid vehicles? Are you getting EVs? Are you doing something like somebody said on solar panel? What is the fuel system use? What is the fuel use for the city? Who's analyzing that? Is anybody thinking about how to reduce that? I got you this time, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have to say, I agree with the senior housing. We need a lot more senior housing. We want people to stay. New Jersey is one of the states that chases people, our senior citizens out. So I appreciate that point. Sorry.
You don't need senior housing, you need seniors to stay in Summit. Every time a family moves out the day after high school graduation, we've lost.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Hi, Danny O'Sullivan, 33 Crescent. Thank you, Mayor, Council President, members of council. In a year when the Board of Education has a budget increase of 2.956%, and Union County is raising taxes for the first time in a number of years, this would have been a great opportunity for this governing body to show restraint and make it clear to our city administrator and our CFO that they need to figure out a way to come closer to a 1% tax increase this year. Instead, one of the key actions listed on page 3 of the budget is, quote, create and present the 2024 city budget with a municipal tax rate change at or near 2%, close quote. Was there any effort to give the residents some relief by offsetting the increases by the Board of Ed and Union County? You could have chosen to return a portion of the $741,000 to the residents that was the result of the growth of the tax base by the often discussed $81.9 million. This number is an outlier. Recent years, this number has been close to 30 million. There have been even years that we've experienced a downturn. And it seems like there was a windfall to trigger such a massive increase from 34 million all the way up to 81.9 million. So it would have been nice to return a portion of that 741,000. It could have easily been as much as 400,000. I just don't see where it's obvious where you made any difficult choices. It was not up to Mr. Rogers or Ms. Baldwin to give the residents relief. It was up to you, Council President. To quote Warren Buffett, don't ask the barber if you need a haircut. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment on that. Thank you for your comment, former Councilman O'Sullivan. I actually looked at that same goal that you did about bringing the budget within 2%. And ironically, that's been the same goal for at least the last 6 years. And I think we could all, literally in every binder, it's the same. If you look in the last 6 to 7 years, the same goal exists. And I will say that I think in committee we did have a lot of discussions. Councilman Miniger, I think we talked about, I wasn't exactly for the bridges at the golf course. I said, you know what? But when I go back in these binders, guess when the studies were done for them? I think it was when you were on council. So at some point, I have to say we have to get some things done. And when I look at Director Ozrowski and I ask him today, do you really need those bridges? Well, you know what we do, because I'm worried about the seniors. And I saw that Councilman O'Sullivan, that you actually were one of the council people who had that study done. So I have to believe that over the years, these are good quality projects. Could we cut them tonight by $450,000? Maybe, but they've been sitting in these binders since 2021. So I don't know when we're going to get these things done. But I've got to believe in the hard work that you did and the hard work that Director Schrager does and all the city employees that we're doing the right things. But we had a lot of conversations around cutting things, and we had every opportunity. The K-Lot, don't do it. I don't care. But the cars have 2 inches in between them. I didn't even know it was in the budget. Take it out. That's very easy. Take the K-Lot out. I didn't even know it was in the budget until 2 days ago. So we can take out the K-Lot.
Well, I guess
Well, can I just
okay.
real quick? So,
Of course.
I think a trend that's been happening over the last several council meetings is anytime somebody challenges the new council people, they say, well, that was the old guy's fault, right? And this council is certainly not obligated to do any project that had discussion sometime before your election, right? So really, I think now, 5 months in, let's take some responsibility for what's happening here. The finance chair, also because Andy was attacked before in a way I don't think was fair. Finance chair sets the tone, the finance committee meetings, right? Can request more information from department heads. The council president sets the initial expectation with Michael, the city administrator, about what is acceptable to the council as a whole. I was council president. One of the very first conversations we had about the budget was, please make this as close to flat as possible, right? And I know I've talked to other council presidents that have had exactly that same conversation too. Some years it's more possible than other years, right? But so for a budget with this kind of an increase, I think either that conversation didn't happen between Council President Allen and City Administrator Rogers, or the conversation was, we're okay with an increase of this size. And I think either way, it needs to be explained. So that's the only thing I want to add to this conversation at this point. Thank you.
So I just want to mention, when you say you want to be as close to flat as possible, does 2% increase count? Because that's what the increase was. We had a 2% increase last year, and the total was $206. Our increase this year is $163 on average for a $435,000 home.
Right.
And I didn't finish. I'm sorry. In 2022, it was also 1.98% increase. So I don't know what flat means to you, but we did have conversations. No one ever mentioned, Councilman Miniger, I never heard one thing that you said would be a trade-off. Outside of our capital budget, we never had a discussion about what trade-off would be made on our operating budget. You didn't, minus that when we just when we dialogued over the 2 police and the 2 hires, you said you were fine with the operating budget. The only thing you were concerned about were the pensionable employees. You didn't want to hire them. And so I thought we made the argument that you were fine with the police when you came around. And then the facilities manager, and one of the employees, yes, it's all tax dollars, but went to the sewer utility. So aside from the facilities manager, what do you want to cut? Like, I actually want to have that conversation. What trade-off would you make tonight if you were to get rid of the facilities manager? Because if that's what we're grappling over is the facilities manager, then where are we at? Like,
Having the door open to a discussion of cutting makes a huge difference. And I would actually ask Michael Rogers and Tammy Baldwin to sit with us again in a room and decide that. That door was closed. I actually asked him the question, can we request in this committee a 1% increase or a 0% increase? And he said no, and that's why I got it was a very good quote. That's why I remember it. It's stuck in my brain. The days of sub 2% increases are over. That was real. I mean,
wait, can I know. I'm going to let you respond, but I'm going to say this. Just let me say something. You said council president has authority over this budget. You had a responsibility, Councilman Miniger, to come and tell me if you heard something that you felt was inappropriate. You should have said to me, I'm being told I can't bring this budget down to 0.5%. So I'm going to let you should have.
You were there. You were in every meeting.
But you never called me to say that you had a problem. No, I want Administrator Rogers to answer. And then
I just want to respond to the quote that is attributed to me. It was actually in a finance committee, and it came from our CFO. I remember it. I was sitting across from her, and I didn't disagree with that quote. I think we have to understand that it's becoming harder. You need more revenue. I know we always tend to look on the appropriation side, but coming up with other revenue sources is also something we should consider and work on. I am not proposing, and I'll say it again, the budget as introduced, I hope this council will adopt as is, with no changes.
Council President, through you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read this email because it's
I don't hold
quite
on.
yeah.
Mr. Jacoby, he wants to read an email from what?
From me to every council member about what I would love to do in the finance committee.
When was this?
February.
Can you give us the date?
I don't have it. I just have it copied into my notes. So in order to make sure that we meet the goal of 179 pensionable employees, that was my pipe dream, hoping that we could only raise it by 2. In our final budget, which is a net increase of 2 over the current number, we need to do the following things. Tammy, as early as possible, please add a meeting or 2 to our calendars. I'd love to discuss with Chief Zagorski the memo with this committee and decide where the net 2 additional employees will go. This is when I thought we could probably come to a conclusion that police were the way to go, those 2. I can take a day off of work to make these easier to coordinate, so let me know. Michael and Tammy, please let me know by what date you need our final decision on the above. This will determine when we need to meet. Michael and Tammy, in preparation for outcomes of the above discussion, please plan a contingent adjustment to the budget to keep the net increase in pensionable employees to 2. Michael, you mentioned that completion of a more robust version of our budget reports needs to happen simultaneously alongside the finalization of the budget. This is February. And you named that as one of the reasons for your concern over the timeline. If needed, please prioritize the finalization of the budget as described in line item above 1 with consensus of the Finance Committee, and make secondary the completion of the robust reports, meaning prepare to use the state required template if it comes down to that. I don't think it will. Delia and Lisa, please let me know your availability in the next week, including this weekend, so that we may come to a final agreement on the capital budget, which we did. That you responded to. Everything before that was my last gasp attempt at trying to reduce the number of employees that we're adding. I mean, it was there. It was part of my job as a council, as president of the Finance Committee, as chair of the Finance Committee. I mean, I did what I could.
So, one thing is if somebody doesn't, I don't have the emails. We met with you. If you were truly willing, you really wanted to move the dial on this, I don't know why you didn't call and say, Council President, I want to sit down with you and really push you on this. When we spoke, which, by the way, we both voted for the BOSE, the Board of School Estimates. So when we talk about the school budget, which gets 52 cents of every dollar, I don't think that it's fair to say that we should steal from our municipal budget so that we can do, a $34 million bond that was that this previous council voted on last year. I still think we should fund our municipal employees. So sorry, it's getting late. For 163 on average for a $435,000 assessment. But if you had just called and said, let's sit down and have a full discussion. So I feel like I hear you, but you could have still called and tried to reach out. Obviously, when we talked after the BOSE meeting, you said the only thing you had a concern about was the facility manager. And never once in the 4 months, Councilman Miniger, did you say, I want to make a trade-off? Okay, you guys, you want a facility manager, then let's talk trade-offs. That never happened. And so I'm going to, for this budget, for 2 years, I've been sitting on this dais. I didn't make it partisan. Last year, Delia didn't make it partisan. Do I agree with all your choices? Absolutely not. And last year, when you guys had a capital budget of $1.9 million, which I would say that it has to do, if you look back historically, you said in your Facebook Live that you push off capital projects to this year because you couldn't fund them last year.
Yeah.
So, there was no politicization. Sorry, we didn't make it political. And I appreciate your frustration, but I also do feel like you could have taken on the responsibility to sit me down and say, I really want your attention on this. And that never happened.
You have the opportunity to vote this down tonight.
I'm not going to, no, you know what? You should have brought this up sooner. You should have had, you're the chair of finance. If I had a huge problem, I would call you. I would call Councilman Miniger, and I would say, I'm not going to, actually, wait, I'm sorry. I will finish with this. I have called you guys to tell you when I'm not voting on something because I was really unhappy about it. And I laid out why. And so for you, and because I think that's actually the right thing to do, and as the chair of finance, you could have come to say to me, Councilwoman Allen, I'm not going to vote for this. You know why? Because you're not listening to me. That's, to me, a responsibility to our, not to me actually, to our residents that elected you, that expect you to stand up for them and say something.
Yeah.
So
we had a great conversation the other night at the last finance meeting. You asked how I felt about it. I was very crystal clear how I felt about this. I said, you know all of the frustrations I have with the whole process, and I gave Tammy fair warning that I was going to talk again about the number of employees that we're adding. And I left that meeting thinking that, yeah, I offended them again. I made them angry again by bringing up this topic, and that was how I left the meeting. Although I thought you hearing me out was a good thing. So I don't know if communication is what we're lacking. I just think willingness to move on some of the ideas that I proposed is what's lacking.
Can I bring
And I
the
mean this,
conversation
I
to
would like
something
to,
else?
yes. What I'd like to finish with this is this. I said to you, can we talk about this? And you go, I'm not going to tell you how I'm voting. I'm like, we're trying to have a conversation here. And so there was never a moment where you said to me, let's have a trade-off. You never said, let's well, that's the night, that's the word of the night. And the budget, I'm just going to close with this.
I just have a quick question.
Hold on. You already spoke.
Sir, you
Yes or
can't-
no question?
No,
No,
sir,
no,
you
it's
cannot.
But the one thing is that budgets are historical. You cannot say that budgets are not, that they live in just a moment of time. Our budget is based on the past 5 years, maybe 10 years, and actually you guys said decades in your Facebook Live. But it is from the past to the present, and it is a vision for the future. That's what budgets are. So, I just want to clarify that. Councilman Miniger, you can.
I'm again still Greg.
Sorry.
But so I want to make another quick joke first. I think you're the only person who watched that Facebook Live, so I'm glad that it's so.
I watched it too.
I'm glad that, oh, all right. Winner. So I'm glad that that's so impactful. Maybe we'll do that again sometime. I don't know. I just want to go back to a couple of things that were said. So nobody here made the suggestion that we should have not approved the school's requested budget. Nobody at all.
Say that again?
Nobody here made the suggestion that the schools should not be completely funded at the level that they are. I think everybody's context around those comments have been, since we are investing in the schools in that way, we have a responsibility to take control over the part that we have control over. Then the couple of other things, because everybody has these couple of different municipal budget snapshots, right? And we keep looking at numbers on here. So 2023 total property tax is 206 or 1.1% estimated increase in total tax bill. And then you've got this year, right? You've got this one this year with the yellow. And this one says $163 or 0.9% in total tax bill on average home assessment. So that is a good number to look at, but it's also not the whole thing, right? We need context to this number, and that's over here on the side where it says 141.7 million total taxes raised last year versus 146.3 million total taxes raised this year, which is a 3.4% difference, right? So that's just a little bit of the context further. And then second is the differences between last year and this year. The value of the property growth, which is also on this one, $34.7 million last year, $81.9 million this year. $1.3 million increase in debt service last year. We had no choice. Got to just pay it. It's going up. The debt service went down this year. It's a much rosier outlook this year. That's the difference. And then lots of people are looking at these documents, and we've got binders stacked up all over the place, right? But last year, it doesn't make sense to look at the budget documents because they are literally, right, a snapshot in time. And the levy is different from what is collected, and the budget that is budgeted for changes. We talked about this before. We move money around in the budget throughout the year based on how we need it. So we need to start with this budget this year and look at the actuals from last year. And most people who are involved in business know that that is the way that we have to look at it. So I just wanted to add those few extra things, and I'll stop talking again. Thank you.
Administrator Rogers, would you like to talk about I know you've mentioned it. Do you want to talk about the municipal levy that he's referencing?
I don't know how much more I could say about it.
Just want to make
frankly.
sure.
I truly don't.
Oh, wait, is anyone else?
Lisa?
Oh, Councilman Klowski?
Yeah, so Andy, I don't see that email that you referenced.
From
and-
Rosie for you guys.
Okay. Well, so if I got that, that's the only thing that I got. And I have to say, I'm surprised that you and Greg are being so critical, and it looks like voting against this budget in light of several facts. This budget's derivative of prior budgets. One or both of you were on the Finance Committee for the past several councils, and I believe you're on it together for a time. And although you both voiced some concerns at the last meeting, or when this was introduced on April 2nd, neither of you guys approached me with any concerns, save this email. So, you know, it strikes me that if your concerns were severe enough to vote against this, unless you developed them last night, you would have approached me and the other council members to say, hey, we can't vote for this. This thing's not ready for prime time. And you didn't. And so the only conclusion that I can draw is that the positions you're taking here tonight are more about politics than about governance. And, you know, that's an approach that the electorate in this town clearly rejects.
I think we really got to stop that. I think we really got to stop characterizing any disagreement up here as you're playing politics, right? We are allowed to have disagreement. I think people like that, right? I mean, I think this is going to have a lot of views, this council meeting on YouTube, right? But we got to stop accusing everybody else of, if I disagree with you, why are you politicizing
Is that
this?
exactly what I said, Greg?
Why are you politicizing this?
no.
You said based on politics versus governance, right? This is a big document. It's a big thing to think about. And you have to approach this with a lot of thought. Anyway,
What I said, Greg, what I said, and you know this, is that I would have thought that you would have reached out to some of us and said this instead of ambushing everybody here tonight with your position. That's the politics. It's not the disagreement.
Kevin
Kevin McGoey, 113 Woodland Avenue. The reason why it's so obviously political, Greg, is this postcard that went out to every resident of Summit that lies, that flat out lies. Your property taxes are going, that's the largest property tax increase in 10 years. That's a lie. Lacey put this out, okay? It's a lie. This is from the Summit Municipal Democratic Committee. It's a lie. It's scaring people, okay? Now back to the budget. Have you ever, Michael, Rogers, and Tammy, has this ever been political? I mean, I unfortunately was in some of the budget meetings the last couple of years, and nobody did anything but sing the praises of the city staff. And that's who Lacey's really attacking, right? So in here, just simple things. What's discretionary? What are the discretionary expenses? Andy, you're the chair of the Finance Committee. Can you please tell me what are the discretionary expenses that can be eliminated? You want to get rid of this facilities person that's part-time now, I think. Did you research, did you look at other towns that are this size with the assets that we have? Do they have a full-time employee doing that? Have you done any of that work? Greg, your concern seems to be a $60,000 expense that you say is on private property. I think most of it's actually the city's property. But I thought in the last meeting they said we have a settlement agreement with these people that we're legally obligated to pay it. So you're saying you're advocating for the city to violate a legal settlement that it's already entered into. Like, that seems crazy to me. Because you're just going to wind up costing the city even more because you're going to have to hire lawyers and then lose. You can't violate a legal agreement. And this is $60,000. As far as the cops, the new cops, just so you know, the average taxpayer, it's going to cost them $2.70 a month for those two cops. If you say they're $250,000 annually on a run rate basis. Do you guys think about this? $2.70. Okay? Me, I pay almost twice as much as the average person in taxes, so whatever, $5 or whatever. That's not even a beer a month. Okay? If you could slow down people on my street, I'll give you 20 a month. Okay? You laugh about it, but simple question. How many times have you seen people pulled over on residential streets. How many times have you seen cars flying by you? We don't have enough cops. Two's not even enough. So if you're saying you need trade-offs, by the way, the trade-off seemed to be, I thought you said the trade-off was 70% of the overtime budget would be reduced by the two new cops. That's a trade-off. What do you need to trade? What's the net? I mean, the politics need to stop. You guys are like being absurdly ridiculous. It's disgusting.
Thank you.
Can we just talk about other towns for a second? Because Kevin brought up other towns, so I just want to address that. So Westfield, very, very similar size budget, 0% increase this year. New Providence added staff, including growing their police force, 0.89% increase this year.
Sorry,
Chatham
are we allowed to have
Township-
comments from the audience?
Chatham
It's interrupting a
Township
council
is
member.
flat. Chatham Borough is a small increase. Mendham Township is flat. This can be done other places. This can be done. I'm glad that was brought up. Thank you.
Just really quick, we're talking about fairness. He's been up here twice now, and both times he's talked about the same thing during the non-comment portion and now the comment portion for the budget. So if we're going to be fair, that's how that should work in the future.
It's not true.
Zip it.
Name and address.
Summit High School.
Name and address,
I'm
please.
sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Appreciate that.
You got
Monique Taylor, 167 Passaic Avenue. Summit High School recently dropped to 29 from 23 last year in the U.S. News and World Report rankings. Enrichment and tutoring sessions, a dedicated teen center, and programming at the Y and the Connection for middle and high school students are a few of the myriad of solutions if we only had the funding. The Maybe Playground, which I've heard no one talk about tonight, but it's right in the middle of our downtown. That renewal is scheduled to break ground in the fall of 2024 and open in the spring of 2025. The cost to complete is approximately $1.5 to $1.7 million, and I would argue far more important to the overall well-being of our children, but we are entertaining hiring 2 new police officers, both of whose salaries, benefits, and insurance would cost 4 times as much over the course of their careers. Because as everyone knows, no one who's hired here is leaving in 10 years. They're probably going to retire in 25. 2025 funding for Summit's inclusion and diversity celebrations like AAPI, Pride, Juneteenth, and Hispanic Heritage is being slashed because the trust isn't being replenished, but one of the wealthiest towns in Union County cries poor for anything but law enforcement who will do what? Fight a manufactured crime wave of auto theft meant to sow fear and paranoia? Meanwhile, Council President Allen drags her feet on changes to language of the ordinance, the Resident Protection Ordinance, which makes many of us still feel unsafe. I submit to you that we have truly lost our way when we are focused on material possessions of the well-heeled few by foolishly spending monies on more police, which in no way, shape, or form enhances the lives of our children. And I have just one other question, and that is, I believe, didn't we just hire 2 new police officers last year? No. Or the year before that? No, there was a job posting and listing for a police officer, probationary officer. No?
They're replacements for officers that were retiring.
Thank you.
Can
I have your statement, Ms. Taylor?
I'll email it to you.
Chief Sikorsky, how long have we been at 47 officers?
Almost a decade, I think you were telling me,
Yeah,
Chief.
about 7 years, and we were at 46 before that for a long time.
Okay, and then 2 of them are actually not able, they don't go on patrol, correct? So you have 45 active police officers, is that true?
No, right now we have
full-
47. Right
Okay,
now.
but Mike Freeman, does he?
We don't count him in the
Okay.
in that number because his salary is reimbursed by the state PBA.
Got it.
And
Okay, all right, thank you. Come on. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle, hold on one second. I just wanted to ask if anybody, Councilwoman Hamlin, if you want to talk about the grants, because I think that has to do with cutting the programs at the community's programs. Do you know?
I was actually going to ask, we've talked about this before. Michael, have there been any cuts in the programming? I have not heard of anything.
First of all, those
News to
programs
me.
are funded by trust monies in the Recreation Trust. But Mark, I know, I'm not sure with the, like, if there's anything within that program, if you want to just come up, Mark, and speak to it.
For you, Council President. So this year, we decided to give $2,000 out of the trust to every special event across the board.
Is that typical?
No, this is the first time we've done that. We want to be fair to every group, and then additional monies have to be raised by the organizations.
And every year, do we normally just raise money? It's usually
It's
a
a combo.
fundraising. Okay, okay.
I just have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Director Ozrowski, Councilman Smallwood, were you informed of this?
Of what?
Taking the money down in the trust from 5, we used to give every.
There was never a set number.
Okay.
It was always based on what the program was, if there was going to be something at the Village Green. I think David and Mark always determined, like.
So now we have a
There-
set
there was-
amount.
Consistent across the board.
Okay, got it. I
It
just
was
was
all-
I was
it
just
all-
asking. I
It
had
was
no
all
idea.
based on what money they had in the general fund.
Okay.
That they would determine how much they would
I just
spend.
couldn't remember when I was chair. I can't remember how I guess David did it also. I don't remember.
So
I'm sorry, I like the idea of what we did this year, the 2,000, because it was a transition year from what it was done last year into what next year I think is a perfect division among all the monies raised this year in donations. So it does have the potential to be higher, but the money the donations have not been coming in that way. That said, go to the website, go to the community programs website and donate to these. Absolutely.
Thanks, Andy.
Donations.
Wait, can you guys speak up, just so can everybody hear?
I see what he's saying.
Okay.
It has the potential to be lower next year, which is what I'm saying. And I think we should make an effort if we want to keep this, we want to codify 2,000 a year, then we should consider doing something now.
Okay.
Or at the end of next year, at the end of this year.
How much is in the trust?
Okay.
Council President.
Hold on one second.
We did get a grant for Maybe Playground, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So real quick, that's one of the things that you won't see in tonight's budget. We were awarded a $750,000 grant for Maybe Playground. However, we won't receive that in this because it's going to be, if it's adopted tonight, and then we'll do a, Chapter 159 amendment, Michael, when we receive the money. I'm getting so good at these terms. I know, it's good.
Well, and I was going to say, so it originally was earmarked for 1.1 million, but it's now at 1.7, right? Is that?
1.6.
But the original, when it was originally budgeted for, it was 1.1.
It was even higher than that.
It was probably higher, but we have all the funds needed
Okay.
at this point.
And the one thing I just want to say about the grants, and Administrator Rogers, you can jump in, but the grants last year, when you look at the budget, it was $500 and something thousand last year. It's because they had that money in hand from 2022. So that, yeah, go
So
ahead.
the way, what you'll see in any introduced budget is what we've been awarded right up until we finalize the budget. So last year, I think it was actually 656,000. This year is only 137. It doesn't mean we haven't received grant awards over the last month or so, which we have significantly. And then what happens is after the budget's adopted, you start to see resolutions, what we call Chapter 159. And it's just, it's granting the authorization to actually spend that money when the budget is already adopted. So, I mean, last year we had in the budget 656, and we wound up realizing $2.1 million in grants.
Great, okay. Sorry.
Michelle Kalmanson, 67 Butler Parkway. Goal number 1 in the 2024 municipal goals and objectives is enhance the financial position of the municipality through strategic budgeting, prudent debt management, and the development of long-term financial sustainability objectives. While the council says they want to maintain long-term financial sustainability, the actual plan doesn't achieve that. The 2025 budget has $1.64 million set aside for lights at Tatlock. The stadium lights at Tatlock are a want, not a need. It is fiscally irresponsible to spend $1.64 million of taxpayer money on a want. Even if the lights are partially funded by private donors, taxpayers will still be burdened with the annual operating costs, which we estimate to be around $60,000 per year. Summit will have a brand new turf field at the high school this fall to add to their field ecosystem. A fiscally responsible council will cancel this project and focus their attention on the real work that needs to be done, like meeting our affordable housing obligations. Thank you.
One thing that caught my attention, Councilman Vartan, you mentioned that we can move money around in the budget whenever we choose to. What did you mean by that?
Well, if we have flexibility, right, if we, like, for example, last year, we moved $30,000 from the DCS roads unit to police overtime, right? Like, that's something that can happen at certain points throughout the year if it's necessary, right? But it requires a vote of council to do that.
The only transfers that can be made in any respective budget year is November and December.
That's what I mean.
Right.
We
but
do that a
not
lot in
throughout the
November and
year.
December.
We can't
Yeah.
move funds throughout the year. It's only at that point can we start to transfer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Throughout the year, November, December. I got you.
Okay.
I got you. But we do transfers a lot.
We do.
Is the
at
point.
The end, and then
Yes.
even into 2025 for the 2024 budget, we can for the first 3 months.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Are we going to close our public hearing on the budget? Okay, wait.
I think you have one more.
You got one more.
Oh, sure.
I'm Lisa Cotter, 123 Summit Avenue. I'll be brief. I had no intention of speaking specifically to the budget, but because I was brought up, this is not the first time Mr. McGoey has targeted me. He has come out and talked about my place of employment, and as if it were some sort of topic of discussion. He's making claims that I'm lying to the public or that I'm beginning some sort of political warfare that hasn't happened in the past. So let's be clear. The chair of the Republican Party has always sent out these sort of, maybe not a postcard, but talked about the budget, talked about it. That's what we do. I'm the chair of the Summit Democrats. That's what I do. I do not appreciate the targeting from Mr. McGoey. It happens not just to me, it happens to people up there, and it happens to people out in the world, and I would like to see the support of the elected officials to shut that down. We are all members, this is the dialogue. You guys are raising taxes. This is what we do. We talk about it. And we get out there and we tell people how we feel about it. But Mr. McGoey and his talking about where I work and talking about me in a lot of his free time in a lot of places on social media, and if you think I don't see it, and I know you all see it too, you should shut it down. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Okay. I just want to, as I'm closing out, if there's any final comments from our council, I would say that, again, I don't like raising taxes. I don't want anyone to, have more expenses on them. This is a responsible budget of 2%. It's $163 on average for a house for $435,000 assessment. I don't want that. It's the same, if you look at the budgets passed, the last 3 years, they're all at 2%. That doesn't make it right or wrong. It just means that we are looking to be responsible, and at the end of the day, we have to maintain the services for this community. We want you to have the phone answered when you want a dog license, when you go to the clerk, when you want your permits to build, which is a division that's exploding. We want our buildings to not fall apart around us. I think these are investments, and I believe in investing in people. I believe in investing in infrastructure, because if we don't continue to do it, and we keep our capital budgets at $2 million, before you know it, we're just kicking the can down the road. And if you look at the trend of the capital budgets, I couldn't find it. I was going to try to get it for you. But in one of the capital budget presentations, the trend was a few years ago that if we'd stayed on track, our capital budget would have been at $8 million this year. But it isn't. It's at 4. And there's probably always a trade-off that we could do, or a trade-off that we could make. My trade-off this year was to take care of our employees. And Councilman Miniger, you know, if this is a lesson in terms of if there's a communication gap between us, I will work on it. You know, when I took this role, I met with you and Councilman Vartan, and I've said to you, I want you to feel as though whatever you are working on, you feel valuable and that you're getting something out of this year. It is your free time on top of your job, and I don't want you to be unfulfilled because you are serving your community. So I just, on record, you know, I want to continue to open up that door for communication. If there's any other council member, Councilman Smallwood?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I did want to address the K-lot, since it was, sorry, it's parking, that's important to me. Councilman Vartan, you mentioned you were not supportive of the restriping of the K. I was just curious, is it because of the cost or the anticipated loss of revenue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's because of everything. It's because we're going to pay more money to get less parking spaces. I would rather just put the money in a fund to teach people how to park better.
Okay.
How's
Well,
that?
we actually had Director Schrager's team go out there and measure the striping, and it is not the same size lot or spaces as our other lots. They're actually a foot shorter in terms of width. So in terms of cost, it's looking at $25,000, right? But in terms of lost revenue, we wouldn't have lost revenue since 2019, which was the last time that lot was completely 100% full. The last time that it actually had 20 available spaces was in February of 2020. This year alone, in January, we've averaged 56 available spaces. February, we averaged 47 available spaces. In March, we've averaged 46 available spaces. So we're not utilizing that lot, and it could be for a very number of reasons. One is, I think the main reason is we do have larger cars. When a Tahoe or a large SUV parks into one of those spots and it goes over the line, another car cannot park in there. So we're losing that space no matter what. By restriping this lot, it's going to make it consistent with our other lots. And I honestly believe that, we're not going to be losing the revenue based on the numbers that I've seen over the last 4 years of the average open spaces in that lot. So if it's the cost, $25,000, maybe we can consider raising parking prices. I don't know, but I think this is something that needs to be done. It's not just a convenience thing. It needs to represent the exact same lots that we have in the other parts of our town. I believe Director Schrager, I believe our other lots are pretty much uniform except for this one particular lot. Is that correct?
Through you, Council President, I can't speak to all the lots. We are doing an audit on them actively just to verify, but at least the ones that have been redone, the typical space in some is 9 feet by 18 feet, and the ones at the K-lot are currently 8 feet by 18 feet, so they are 1 foot more narrow than standard and than what exists, at least in the parking services lots that have been redone in the last 5 years.
And also, by the way, I'm sorry. I also spoke with Chief Evers, and hopefully, I believe in July, maybe, we're going to be gaining 45 to 50. We're going to be gaining back 45 to 50 spaces in the Broad Street East lot. So that will help make up for any lost revenue, which are typically non-resident parking charged at $14 a day.
We couldn't squeeze any more out.
I mean, if anybody had money on midnight, it's blown anyway,
know,
right? So,
I
so I could just respond real quick. So I think we drive the same car. So I feel okay with my car in those spaces. I do notice that they're smaller, but you know, you take a second, you take an extra second, you slow down a little bit. My bet would be that people don't park there because it's behind the CVS and it's a little bit of a walk from the downtown, right? Like we don't actually have a parking issue, we have a walking issue, right? That people don't really want to, you know, take the trek. But I don't know if the argument sounded like we should invest in it because it's underutilized, and I don't think that we should do that either. So, you know, this is too late to be talking about parking, probably.
Well, I'm sorry, but if you're talking about the K-Lot, up until 2017, 18, 19, it was 100% full.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, it's not now.
Right.
So we're not losing spaces in
But
terms
do
of
we
the
think
actual parking.
do we think it's because the spaces are too small?
Yes, I believe that's part of it.
Okay. Well, you know, I mean, this is my position on this, that we should not be spending money on that.
We don't.
I think we've been
Council
over it.
President,
I think we've been over it.
We
Yeah.
don't have to. We don't have to do this project, right? It's just because it's on here doesn't mean we have to do it. Right, how many projects did we do in 2023? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I mean,
I'll just jump in at this. The capital budget, even if you adopt everything in the capital budget, which I hope you do, it's not funded. You have to come back with a bond ordinance to authorize money for us to go out and actually finance the capital budget. So there's a couple more steps. Even if it's funded, you still have to approve the project at some point. So there's multiple steps. And then there are many projects in past years that were funded, even sometimes authorized, and you don't move ahead with doing the project, or you don't spend as much and it gets canceled and lapses into your capital fund balance. So you really don't have to do this project. There's still time to make that determination.
Yeah.
So.
yeah, because you actually transfer capital surplus, right?
But
Okay.
the capital budget is not funded, so you're not actually
Okay.
allocating.
All right.
Yep.
All right, you good?
Good.
Anyone else? It's getting late, we still have more to do. Okay, Councilman Miniger? All right, so we're going to move on to the
Close the hearing.
Oh, I'd like to close the hearing and open up the hearing for the 2024 special improvement, no?
Ask Councilmember Miniger
Oh,
to open the hearing.
sorry.
Sure.
Councilman
Motion
Miniger?
and a second.
Yep,
Are we voting on the budget?
you need to
Sure.
introduce the, yeah.
Thank you, Council
Second
President. This is number 411. Sorry, one second. This is number 41110, and this is the hearing on the 2024 Special Improvement District budget. The Special Improvement District is better known as Summit Downtown. Taxes levied from Summit's retail businesses district are managed by Summit Downtown Incorporated, SDI. SDI's budget is used to promote downtown businesses. I move to adopt this resolution. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong phrase. I move to open this hearing.
Yep.
May we have a second?
Second.
Good evening, all. My name is Bill Robb. I'm the treasurer of Summit Downtown Inc. I know it's been a long evening. I'll try and be quick going through my remarks. You should have before you a copy of a 2024 SDI budget narrative as well as a copy of the budget overview. So just a couple comments with regard to the budget. This is a statutory requirement that Summit as a municipality needs to approve the Special Improvement District each year. It is worth noting there's no municipal contribution from the general taxes to SDI. The budget, as it sits before you, has been determined by a board representative of the business and property owners, 2 council members, and the mayor. That budget that you have before you was approved by the board of SDI in February. I'm here to answer any questions you may have, noting, as I mentioned, that a few of you were part of the budget approval process. I don't know whether or not you wish for me to go through the budget on a line-by-line basis. That's up to the council. Basically, income and expenses for next year are $501,960.50. The majority of the income items comes from assessments of the businesses in town, or property owners in town and businesses. Entry fees, which is the farmer's market, and grants from Main Street, New Jersey, and the Department of Community Affairs, which I believe is part of the CARES Act. Just a couple comments. We just closed out a very successful year. Our fiscal year is the calendar year. The surplus that we had was due primarily to the application and receipt of grants, including those which were spent in 2022. Our plan for 2024 is to enhance our existing events. The marquee events are Design Week, Art and Cars, Downtown Music, also known as Summit Street Sounds. We plan to add an additional location for Summit Street Sounds. We have expanded our partnership with Piotr's Auto Body for Art and Cars, and are going to get some help from them to enhance the marketing of the show. We also have some new artists and bands. We do have increased expenses this year. They're reflective of the needs of running a professional organization. I think you all are probably pretty familiar with budgets and costs after the discussion we've just had. Primarily increased salaries, which recognize the contributions of our staff, whose compensation has historically been in the lower or middle of the range for professionals of their caliber across New Jersey, plus some money for accounting fees. SDI has accumulated some surplus over the years, which typically is earmarked for capital projects, and anticipates using a portion of it for some or all of the following projects in conjunction with the City of Summit. One would be a permanent fence around the park and shop lot that encircles the farmer's market if council approves. Two would be to contribute to the repair and repaving of the alley connecting Bank Street and Summit Avenue if DPW moves forward with that project. Three, which is probably like touching the third rail, is depending on the decision regarding the closure of Maple Street on a seasonal basis, SDI is in a position to help with beautification and other amenities such as tables,
Can
chairs.
I give you to pause for 1 second?
Sure.
Chief, can you please help with that? Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Sorry, so if Maple Street ends up being closed at any point during the year, we're in a position to help with the beautification and public amenities such as tables,
I'm
chairs.
so sorry. Can you shut the door, please? Thanks. So sorry.
It's okay. Tables, chairs, planters, and games. And then the other item of importance, which we talk about a lot for those of you who've been to SDI meetings, is to increase money or funding for public plantings such as the tree wells and other areas around downtown.
Great. We like the tree wells to be cleaned up.
So I submit the budget for your approval.
Excellent. Are there any council comments? Go ahead.
When you come to do this next year, would you prefer to do it before the municipal budget hearing?
I feel like I've learned an incredible amount this evening.
Okay.
And, I have definitely become a more patient person.
Any other council comments?
I
Councilman
do.
Smallwood?
Thank you very much for presenting this. And I think I mentioned this in our February meeting. When I was on SDI years ago, our auditor highly suggested that we didn't keep more than $100,000 in cash on hand. I know that the auditor has since changed over. Have they given you any guidance on how much cash should be held?
They have not.
Okay.
But again, some of the cash sits, ready for deployment based on some of the things I just mentioned.
Right. My concern is, this is a tax to our downtown property owners, and I'm just thinking if I were a downtown property owner and saw that there's a fairly sizable budget for Summit Downtown Inc., but yet you're increasing my tax.
It's worth mentioning that we're not increasing the
Okay.
tax. The assessment was held flat.
So I would suggest maybe reducing my tax, right, if we have X amount of cash on hand to fund these projects. Because I think this budget is significantly higher than it was probably 5 years ago.
Well, remember, part of that surplus did not come from the assessment, it came from grants
Grants,
received.
correct.
So,
I would also suggest, in terms of tree wells, because I know for SDI, tree wells and parking are the number 1 and 2 topics.
don't forget the fence.
Oh. You know, I always felt like, you know, our job as Summit Downtown Inc. was to put 1,000 people on the sidewalks.
Mhm.
And it's the store owner's job to get them into their store, to get them to buy things. The other part is beautification of our downtown. I think if we could, you know, put some resources towards our tree wells, as well as even think about hiring a part-time person to help pick up the trash that is continuously flying around our downtown. I know that we've talked about a lot about employees tonight, and you know, the DPW does what they can with what they have. But I think if we can, you know, discuss further on SDI, potentially hire someone on a part-time basis to help with just the trash that, you know, the pizza boxes that go into the tree wells, the trash that flies around, even if it's only, you know, 2 or 3 days a week, it would help tremendously.
I mean, I think that's certainly a discussion worth entertaining, and obviously the question being, you know, how that expense should be borne.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right.
Well,
Oh,
k-
wait,
real
wait,
quick,
go ahead.
it's not a question, it's just a comment. Downtown retail occupancy, 99%, bringing in all sorts of grants. Great job, keep it up, I'm supportive.
Excellent.
One very quick question.
Yeah.
Do you have a plan for murals and public art every time you have that in your budget? At the beginning of every year, I mean?
I think that there has been, you know, I'd have to look into that. I believe so, but I know that one of the murals that's under discussion in town over by Harquail is not related to us.
Okay.
I just have a quick comment. My last comment, thank you for coming and thank you for all you do.
You're welcome.
My only comment would be last year when I was chair of parking and community programs, Councilman Small, we talked about just taking a closer look at the parking fees that, for the events and parking, just making sure that we're getting the right amount, because I think we had some concerns it was a little bit light. I don't know if it is, I haven't looked at it, but you might just want to get together and make sure all the events and parking numbers are all set up.
Yeah, definitely happy to engage in that discussion.
I haven't looked at them since last year, but thank you for everything.
Thank you so much. Sorry to keep you so late. You bet. There you go. All right, we're going to close.
Do I need to wait, and do you guys have to vote on it, I guess?
We are going to vote, but does he have to wait?
No,
I mean,
I
he doesn't-
can.
well,
I
It
would-
shouldn't
For the
be that long.
excitement.
Absolutely. You know what?
It shouldn't be that long now.
Okay.
No,
Can we do it
perfect.
out of order?
Thanks
Sure.
very much.
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. We're going to do it out of order, yeah. So we'll do it now. So we'll close the hearing. Councilman Miniger.
Thank you, Council President. Having just had the hearing on the resolution for the SDI budget, I move for a final vote.
Excellent. Council comments? Or no? Just a roll
Second.
call. Oh, yeah.
Second.
Roll call, please. Madam, or do
Are
I-
you doing council comments?
or do we,
Public comment?
yeah, do we have any council comments? Public comments? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Mr. Miniger?
Aye.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
Mr. Vartan?
Aye.
President Allen?
Aye. Okay. Okay, Councilman Miniger?
Thank you, Council President. Just moments ago, had the hearing for the municipal budget, sewer, and parking. I moved for the final vote.
So moved.
Excellent. Council comments? Public comments? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Mr. Miniger?
Nay.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
Mr. Vartan?
Nay.
President Allen?
Aye. Okay, At this time, we're going to vote on the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
First, we need a, yeah, okay, motion, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Do I have a
take a
motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any council comments? Okay, public comments? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. I would say that council member comments, we can probably, yeah, forego.
Something's just not sitting right with me, Council President. We just saw a member of the audience aggressively follow somebody outside and start arguing with them to the extent that the chief of police needed to go and get involved in it. And I think everybody up here needs to just be very clear that people, we talk a lot about safety here. You need to feel safe.
Okay, great.
Coming here,
Great.
Kevin,
Hold on.
stop.
No, no, no,
you're
no,
You need to
talking
feel
about me.
safe
You
coming
didn't-
here.
you didn't- you
You need to
don't
feel
know what
safe
happened. I'll
coming
explain.
here. You cannot be
Kevin.
threatening
I didn't
and
threaten
menacing
anybody. No,
people.
you just said I threatened. I didn't threaten anybody.
Stop.
No, stop.
I'm saying we need
Greg.
to agree that this
Greg.
is not acceptable behavior.
Greg, you just said I threatened
Yeah, I
somebody.
agree. I
didn't
also
threaten
think that we
nobody.
don't have time for a second public comment from people. We made that decision earlier in this meeting that we can't allow people to have a second public comment.
Sir, there's no
This,
more. you can't-
this is a
All
time
right,
to
guys.
keep these rules going.
Guys,
I didn't-
This is
guys.
actually, yeah, the third
Kevin, please.
time.
First of all, I watched her approach him. So she was talking to him. I don't know what happened. I just asked for them to
Well,
go
I can
out.
say something. I was out at the bathroom after 6 hours. I couldn't. And when I was out there, there was nothing. There was a police officer. There was the gentleman who was a former firefighter, Mr. Bergoy. There was nothing. There was no commotion out there when I was out there. And I had just come out of the bathroom, so I didn't see anything that caused me any alarm. And if I did, I would have involved the police. So I didn't see anything alarming whatsoever.
All right.
Comments from the audience are going to be shot
Sir.
down. I'm saying. Any comments from the audience
Sir,
are actually
Kevin.
going to prevent
Yeah.
you from doing that.
Kevin,
Stop talking
it.
from the audience, please.
Stop. Both of you, stop, please. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion carries.
Can we take a
We have
vote?
to vote.
All in favor? All
Aye.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Sorry.